Hello and welcome back. We are here live with the finals for patch 1.3 for the 3v3v3 tournament. We have three players kind of out in front in terms of how many league points they have, and those three players are Cowgod, aka Joey, on the Discord, who is... oh man, I forget Paul's handle. Paul also in first place currently, and then TS Emporium, who I can't remember exactly what his handle is. I think he is Lieutenant Potato. These are the players who are out in front, and they're playing for it all. And I know what you might be thinking. What is it all? They are playing for the chance to buy themselves a candy bar. They do not get a candy bar, but they'll have the chance to buy one for themselves. And so this is what they're playing for. They're also playing for pride. The 3v3 format, or 3v3v3 format, is a format that is intentionally supposed to balance the game on the basis of, you know, you have three teams of three, and they engage in diplomacy. You have a lot of instances where the two smaller teams will dogpile the biggest team and stuff like this, and this really helps to balance out, you know, Victoria 3, which is otherwise not really a balanced game for competitive. It's probably not the best game for competitive, but here we are doing it. We're in the finals, and they're kind of playing for it all. We are going to be drafting teams here now, and the teams already know who they're drafting or what how the draft will go, so we are going to hop into the overlay with the power rankings for the team, and I'm going to let them know that they can go ahead and start drafting. Now, we're going to double check that audio output. Just a second. Our audio output capture is not capturing the game, so we have to, of course, make it our headset. There we go. Okay, perfect. And so pick one goes to France. I think that France is a very strong first pick, just as a general kind of heuristic, because they can really do anything. They balance out a lot of stuff, you know. They help any other pick really work, and while they don't necessarily have like the most GDP growth potential or this sort of thing themselves, they have enormous potential, like long-term, or sorry, not long-term, at the very start of the game, because they can make stuff work. You know, it's a very strong pick. You have strong tech, you have skirmish infantry, and you have the best military in the game. And so France will be very, very strong. I have them up here, not as the first... ooh, this is not the correct thing in here, up here, anyways. Alright, let's just redo this little power rankings image, because this is not our current power rankings, and let's get a more current power ranking thing up here. So, we will be getting that in just a second. So, the current rankings actually put France at tier 2. I think it is probably the most drafted or the most first pickable country in the game, mainly because it's such a flexible pick, and you know, I think that it allows you to facilitate a lot of strategies. So let's just get the new kind of draft rankings. I'm gonna browse and go down here. Okay, so this is the updated power rankings, where we have France at 2, and we also have this draft range concept, where, you know, teams can be in a kind of a band at which, you know, it makes sense for them to get drafted. And notice, I think that Great Qing, even though it's the strongest country overall, is not that first pickable, because, you know, they suffer from success, and everyone's going to be a hater, the player hater's ball, and kind of go after them, in my opinion. And so, for this reason, I think that they do suffer quite a lot, and so maybe not the best first pick, but they do have the most GDP growth potential out of any other country. Here, let's get into the thing. So we have Team 1 has now got France. Team 2 picks Russia, which I think is a fantastic pick. You know, there are strategies. You can cheese getting a market liberal at very game start, and so this is going to be pretty good. And they also pick up the US, or US and the UK, which is a bit interesting to not see. You know, I've been people have been like talking about really liking Prussia early on, and so I'm surprised not to see a Prussia pick, out from either of the teams or any of the teams at this stage. People are just very bullish. Now, the current pick is up to Team 1, and I'm sure they're discussing it, whether or not to go France-Prussia. And again, one of the reasons why Prussia is so good in this format is that you can form the North German Fed and you get a ton of GDP growth, and this is how the game is going to be scored based on GDP growth. I'll interact with the chat a little bit more after I input all these values here on the side, but the GDP growth potential of Prussia is really high, and France facilitates that strategy because France is going to, allow you to win the early game wars, and it's going to allow you to try and get that North German Fed unification, which is kind of what I'm talking about when I say, France allows other strategies to be effective. So this is kind of where things are going. Hey, Mr. Marcos, how's it going? Lethal Oregano finally caught our live stream. The season finals. That's right. They are playing for the opportunity to buy themselves a candy bar. This is no small sort of potatoes thing. This is a big deal. So hopefully they get it. Now we have good morning, Joko. What microphone do you use? Oh my god, is it inputting? Oh my god, it's taking in my headset. Is that better? Bueller? Is that much better? Oh my god. No! Everyone probably left. But we are playing for the chance to buy yourselves a candy bar here. Not the candy bar itself. Man, that's such a... The mic should be much, much better now. Last 3v3 before shuffle? Yes. Well, the rankings are going to shuffle a little bit, but also... the ranking, naval landing in 1.5 seems like it's going to get pretty good, and so, or just having a navy, and right now it's not very useful. I'm going to let them know that Team 1 is picking. Because they have the 5th pick. I think that kind of just looking at we have a few options for, picking, and I think that it's really between Qing, which France can defend and get the really huge GDP growth, and Prussia, again, for going for it. The score will be based off of GDP. Here. Why is it... Just a second, just stream problems. Okay. There we go. That should be better, because now... and they pick Austria for Team 1. That's a bit of an interesting one, but Austria notably blocks Prussia from, being able to do stuff, or can block, especially France, Austria, and maybe you form the South German Fed, you get a modest amount of GDP growth, and then Austria themselves is relatively good as well. And so we will see an Austria pickup here. We will be copying and pasting the values as we need to into the score tab. So Austria makes some sense. I think that it's not in line with kind of the past few sessions, what people have seemed to think to be strong, but it's a fine pick, I think. And so we will see what happens next. Now, next up to be picked, or next up on the chopping block, is Team 2 is getting 2 more picks. So they have Russia right now, and they have to pick between 2 more things, and I think it's probably... I would like to see maybe a Prussia Great Qing sort of thing. Great Qing is starting to get pretty late here. This would mean Team 3 would be able to draft both UK and EIC, I think, which is pretty good. And then we would expect to see kind of France, Austria, maybe someone who can form Italy, Sardinia, Piedmont, something like this. Currently the person who is kind of heading Team 2, which is TS Emporium, has been really bullish on the Prussia stuff. They kind of seem to think that the Prussia is like the way to go in terms of strategy overall, and so it's going to be... I would be very surprised if they did not pick up Prussia here in the draft. But they do seem to be discussing it. I think they're probably discussing the second pick, whether to go Prussia Qing or to go Prussia EIC. I think these are kind of the two choices. UK because US. What weird shenanigans is TS getting up to? Well, TS is actually... Oh, wait. TS is Team 3. I apologize. He's Team 3, so we have US and UK. And I imagine that if TS wheels Prussia, they'll take Prussia. So Team 2, apologies, is headed by Paul 34. And then we have Engen and Tired Star on the team as well. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see. We see Prussia EIC. Prussia EIC seems very solid, but this leaves Qing as, you know, the 8th pick. And people have been scared about being broken up as Great Qing, you know, for some good reason, because there have been games where they dogpile them on game start, which is why Qing is the #1 seed, but also in a draft range, I think is appropriate to draft them ranks 3 to 7, because, you know, there is this perception that their GDP growth is just too fearsome, and if they get off the ground, it's too much, and so you kneecap them early. So we see Prussia EIC. So Team 2 has been fully rounded out as Russia, Prussia, EIC, which I think is actually very solid. I don't think we've seen this team combination before, and now Team 3 has a choice. They have UK, USA currently, and I know TS has been very bullish about GDP growth percentage, and you are kind of throwing that away when you draft Great Qing, because you will instead have to use nominal GDP growth as your primary metric. You know, it is going to be a bit interesting how things shake out here. They picked Japan. I don't like that pick at all. I don't know about that. But we see a Japan pick. This is the first time Japan has been picked in this entire thing. So maybe he's got some weirdness up his sleeve. I'm assuming the plan is to catch and release Japan. And so the catch and release strategy is you take all their territories. I'm assuming you're going to do this because there are ways in which you can make it so that you can get it all in the first year. So for example, UK declares on Japan and US declares on UK. Japan joins the war, and they end up just full annexing Japan at game start and then releasing. This is perhaps a fine strategy. We're going for, you know, trying to... This is a wild, absolutely wild. With Japan on there, I can't imagine Qing gets left off the table, you know, for Team 9, or sorry, Team 1. I have to imagine it ends up being France, Austria, Qing. And France, I think, can protect Qing. Japan in the finals. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Yeah, I'm thinking I know what the strategy is. If UK declares war on Japan for 5 provinces or 6 provinces, and then US declares war on the UK to cut down to size, and then Japan joins that war, and UK puts in for the rest of the Japanese provinces, gaining a ton of infamy, and then capitulates or trades war goals for the cut down to size. UK will be left with 0 infamy. Actually, I assume the US is actually the one who has to declare this war, because otherwise the UK loses all their subjects. But you will be left with a situation where Japan is going to be released with US tech and civics and this type of thing, and also 0 infamy, and you know, it doesn't make a non-zero amount of sense. But now Team 1 has to decide, are we going to pick up Qing and be in danger or not? Is this 1.3.6? It is. Excuse me. Love a good mix-up, though. Yeah, this is super interesting. I like it, too. I think that this is a strategy. I think it's a very strong strategy. I think it's a 9th pick strategy. I don't like not drafting Qing here. I think Qing is really good. But I know that TS, in particular, disagrees quite heavily with me on this evaluation of whether or not, you know, Qing is good. And they seem to think that... well, also, TS is 5 points behind. It looks like we're seeing a Spain pickup. I don't know about that. I mean, like, so what was left off the what was left on the table right here? Just Qing in favor of Spain. I don't like this. Actually, no. Someone else was left on the table. Oh yeah, Qing in favor of Spain, and I don't like the pick. I think you have to go Qing here, but this means Qing is completely undrafted, and I mean, I don't think it's. I especially think that it would have been worthwhile for Paul's team, that's the Russia's team, to draft Qing on the basis that Qing usually has a middling performance. Paul is ahead by 5 league points currently, and so TS is at 25 league points, Paul's at 30, and Joey's at 16, and so it would have been nice to see this. But we see Team 1 is France, Austria, Spain. Team 2 is, thank you for Tim there, Team 2 is Prussia, EIC, and Russia. And Team 3 is UK, USA, Japan. And so people are going to race to eat Qing, definitely. It's going to be a matter of who can take the most and best Qing provinces, I think. Japan or Spain in one game. Finally, some minor nations getting some live action. Yeah, I mean, people are really valuing the ability to have a high percentage growth quite highly, I feel like. And so we will get the overlaid score here, which is going to, we could probably make that a little bit bigger. The value to the right, once we update the first one, should give the overall score, or how many current points that, you know, are going to be given. And so we're going to get in, and we are going to play Go Beer here. And we are going to start the timer. Because we're going to give these players 4 minutes to do their thing. We're just looking for our phone. Apologies, the timer is going to be real loud, as it always is. But we can talk quite a bit with chat as we start to, or we could just kind of, you know, think through what exactly these strategies are going to look like. You know, Japan's going to be caught and release. This much I am overwhelmingly confident of. You know, Rice does not go burr yet. We see the EIC released, as is required as the very first game action that Great Britain needs to take, because otherwise EIC, any war that they're involved in, UK gets to negotiate the war goals, and that's just a little bit too much. So Japan is going to open market and build up. No, Japan's not going to open market. What's going to happen is US is going to declare war on Japan, take a bunch of provinces. Then UK is going to cut down to size USA. And then in that war, they're going to put the rest of the Japanese provinces. So Japan's going to get full annexed at game start here. And after they get annexed, US will release Japan, and Japan will have all of the US laws and technology. This is the strategy here. And so what they're saying is, hey, we're going to get this, you know, 30 million pop country with all this stuff. They're going to have skirmish infantry. They're going to have huge mobilization potential, this sort of thing. And this is the trade-off. And so, yeah, the Spain is... the Spain pick is kind of... I think that Spain is a decent ninth pick, but not seeing Qing drafted is a bit of a problem. But it's not going to be opening market. It's going to be far more profound than that. Any plans for playing Divergences again? We are probably going to play Divergences after the final on 1.4 to kick off the 1.4, 1.5 season, because it's not going to be... who unpaused? What the hell? What the hell? Alright, we get the hard times and Go Beer, though. The truth hurts. EIC better be careful and get Russia under Russia something. Can we go all out? Can you eat all of Japan in one go? No, but you can do 2 wars. And I think this is the strategy. I can't imagine that they are trying to do it after 5 years or this type of thing. You know, maybe the Bengal play might have been better. The problem is if you start EIC and you release Bengal, you will be you suffer a huge GDP loss because it's based on your starting GDP. What are the win conditions? It is going to be percentage GDP growth times nominal GDP growth for each of these teams. And so having a starting GDP doesn't give you just off the bat an enormous advantage. And so even though Qing can grow a lot, they start with a really high GDP. And so it's not going to be a tiered win. It's going to be proportional this time. There's going to be no tiers. It is growth times percentage. So if someone absolutely runs away with it, they will get more than 6 points. Also, since it's the final, every game is going to be worth 25% more points. I prefer this over Divergences. Some prefer a more realistic world. Yeah, this is, it's going to be, I think Divergences is probably more well-balanced, but I think a majority of the player base is more used to this and would prefer to see, this. But this is going to be a bit interesting here coming in. I'm just going to give the players a friendly reminder that, it looks like we got some agreements. Team 2 and 3 have an agreement. UK will give Hanover in exchange for Team 2 not going into Southeast Asia. UK will give Hanover in exchange for Team 2 not going into Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia. But this is, the idea behind giving up Hanover, of course, is that it will break the ability to form the North German Fed quite a bit, and the UK can just capitulate it up. And so this is an agreement that has been made by the players. We are going to unpause here and be off on our way. We are going to be a speed 4, and I'm going to remind the players no joining after 70% escalation, because this is one of the rules. So we're just letting people know that there is no joining. You got the little diplo, no joining after 70% escalation, and must pause for 15 seconds after joining a award. Just a reminder for the players. And biggest GDP and biggest GDP percent. We are actually scoring differently this time. We are multiplying the two values. So if you absolutely run away with one category, you'll get a lot more points than you would otherwise. Cartier theorized that Bengal has advantage of not having discrimination, allows for faster growth, and might get them past their initial problems. Maybe. Cartier needs to get in one of these games and show us what's up, I think. Not this one, because this is the finals, and only the people with the highest league points were invited. But in the abstract, I think he does need to get in. So let's take a look at someone got exiled from France. It feels bad, man. So we're going to take a look at what the teams are up to currently in terms of diplomacy. We see France is going to puppet Mascara, and which I think seems a bit conservative relative to just annexing them. We see Spain going after Portugal at very start. You will be able to form Iberia, so this definitely is a big part of, I think, of their overall strategy. And then Austria seems to be helping out with that war. We see Prussia and Russia fighting. This will likely be some sort of... look, they're trying to take South Bengal, and I think the idea is we get skirmish infantry draft, and also this will move the EICs inland in terms of other stuff. Taking Prussian war reps is an interesting one, but okay. I think you probably... Well, I guess they probably won't enforce. They'll probably just back down. But also banning slavery here. So you can see the 3v3 format allows for potential to, go on your allies. And we see the back down there. So they're just kind of fixing some stuff. Where is EIC gone with? Well, so you have to release at game start. So we see Prussia pick this up, but Prussia, very importantly, has skirmish infantry, and this will be very nice that they get a lot of conscripts here. And so this will be kind of the thing. There are very few rules. Basically, everything is allowed, with, kind of a few more technical exceptions, like if there's one game crash, you can only land with 12 navies per team, and this is for like performance reasons. The EIC rule is kind of like the only other rule. Also 70% escalation to prevent people from joining at the very last second and preventing anyone from putting in war goals on them, this sort of thing. Is part 2 of the finals going to be a continuation of this game? Yes. This is the plan. This is going to be the first time we continue a game past the second one. Taking Constantine Iron is much more valuable than popping Mascara. I agree with that. We see that Russia's going after Qing. I think that, so it's GDP growth, right? If we take a look at any Qing province, just the sheer number of sub-farms gives enormous GDP, particularly, in Jiangxi and these kind of lower and southeastern areas. Now, I don't know exactly what Southeast Asia, I'm assuming it's just the Indochina here. But if it also includes South China, well, actually, I'm the one who decides what it includes, so I'll probably be consulting a map, what constitutes Southeast Asia. But we see someone is... What's going on? Alright, we are paused. So Lieutenant Potato is, of course... is everything good? Did you guys... are you having a technical... Okay.
Okay. I hate the rush.
Alright, so I'm going to unpause here. And we see USA here is taking the territory as, kind of part of the thing. And hopefully, or I'm guessing, they do need to correctly get this right. And it is a little bit of an execution situation, but the UK needs to declare cut down to size on the USA. And then Japan joins that war, and then the USA takes more territory. We see a cut down to size seemingly enforced, but without a release. Let's take a look here. We'll see if they correctly did it. But yeah, see, interventionism, protectionism, per capita taxation, tenant farmers. The Japan gets released with the US's tech, and so this is kind of the current situation that we have here. And this is the idea behind the Japan pick. Now, it is... I believe you're also incurring some turmoil, quite a bit of turmoil, which will give negative state construction efficiency of about 50%, which is pretty substantive early on. This is one of the downsides, but Japan getting to have, all this population with the tech is tremendous. And so it's very, very, very strong. Japan getting partitioned. Japan is getting released. Prussia is taking India. Yep. And so the idea here, I think, is that... also in the India capital. But you see, look at where the capital is now for EIC. It's going to be very much harder to enforce on them later in the game, and they cannot move their capital manually, is a feature of the EIC, because they discriminate against... You can only move your capital to where you have... Sikh Empire also, this is one of the best provinces, non-Chinese provinces, to take in terms of growing your GDP. You see they have GDP of 7 million, much less important when China's in the game. But this is going to help them defend their capital a lot. Otherwise, it's stuck on the coast because they can only move it to places that have, British, that has English pops, or as their main thing. And so, yeah, let's continue and see what Prussia EIC, well, we're kind of seeing what they're up to. Really cranking up the infamy. Let's see what they actually asked for in their war. Outer Manchuria, war reparations, Lib Mongolia, Northern Manchuria. So going for the Manchurian provinces, I don't think I like this, even though it's part of like a journal entry, because if we take a look here, GDP 1 million, GDP 1 million, you could have taken Beijing, 5 million, and Shaanxi 5 million, or even just some of these like 7 million, 8 million types. Zhejiang would have been good. Shaozhou into Jiangxi would have been okay, and then with the idea of taking Guangxi, which will put you adjacent to Yunnan if you release Yunnan, something like this, or yeah, Yunnan is still releasable. 1.5 notably, Yunnan and all these interior portions of Great Qing are not releasable. I'm not sure exactly what is the driver of that, but we'll see. Is the audio output capture going? It is. Okay. Let's get something a little less relaxed going in here. And so I don't think we see any PvP wars at this juncture.
Sorry to interrupt you,
yeah.
but TS cannot do any government, it appears. So, yeah, we would like to have a short pause, maybe it will fix things.
I'm guessing I'll have to rehost. This is a bug, right? So he can't do any government stuff? He can't pass laws?
Yeah, I think so. Let's talk to him.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him, yeah. So you can't
My
pass any laws?
government is not working.
It's just
I'm not sure why.
What do you mean?
But my government isn't like, you know, like the stuff where you have all my stuff is grayed out. I only have 9% legitimacy and I can't do anything. But okay, I'll try to fix it by myself. We'll see what happens.
Okay, let me know, because we might just rehost if that's the equivalent of a save load, but if you can, yeah, just play around with it and see if you can fix it, I guess.
I haven't, yeah, this hasn't happened to me before. We'll see.
Yeah. Alright, so we might have to rehost there. He's not able to apparently pass laws or anything like this. Not legitimate. Of course, this is because of, I assume, the shenanigans. I don't know exactly what's going on with that. But we see France making another puppet here. France being a little bit conservative with these opening wars. I also think that, you know, this is a great way to play in single player. We're trying to get as much GDP as possible here as quickly as possible. And so I think that not going for the Chinese provinces, which will give you the biggest chunks, is a bit of a mistake. Yeah, they should have taken more and cut down to size in order to get rid of the infamy. This is 100% correct. They should have just piled on a bunch of Chinese provinces. They do have to worry about China backing down and just ceding the first province. And so perhaps this is why they took a little bit more of a conservative approach, because I think they put everything in as primary. But, you know, taking these 1 million provinces when you could take, a 5 million and an 8 million province, I think is a bit of a leak. I think it's a miss. I don't think this is what you want to do exactly. We will update the things so you can see how many points these players would get right now, as of right now. Very shocked overall to see the draft go this way. Why don't we actually do a poll for who won the draft? I have some ideas and we'll talk about who we think won the draft, but we'll put it in. Who won the draft? Because the players in general seem a lot less bullish on Qing and a lot more afraid to get cut down than I do, and so we're gonna start this draft up. But no one's dogpiling Prussia either, which is something the players theorize might happen. Prussia, EIC, Russia is not a combination we've seen before. We haven't seen Japan drafted before, and I'm pretty sure we haven't seen France, Austria, Spain. So some unique teams. We do see the UK starting to go after it, and we see Liberate Beijing, Shaanxi, Zhoujian, which actually, considering Japan should have claims on it now, is probably a pretty good shout. Or they'll get claims once they build railroads. They have to build railroads and get a little bit of other stuff. But look at this. They're just going for a whole ton. That might be too much. They might be cut down to size later. We'll see. But I think this is kind of a little bit more online. They might get cut down to size. We will see exactly what goes on. Now, I have to look at the exact nature of the agreement made earlier. That was sent to me. Let's make sure I'm not doxing any DMs. No, I'm not. Okay. Can't have that. But I want to see the exact text earlier that was sent to me. Hanover in exchange for not going into Southeast Asia. We're going to look in the phone where exactly... We're going to do a little bit of Google search where Southeast Asia is. But if Southeast Asia includes southern China, then they could kind of try and... No, it doesn't. Okay. Regionally, it does not. But this leaves this alone for... yeah. But we do see Hanover is probably a... Well, they're just free. Oh, was the agreement that they give up or they release Hanover? Team UK will give up Hanover in exchange for Team 2 not going into Southeast Asia. Team 2 is Prussia, East India Company, Russia. Okay, so it was a we won't hold Hanover hostage and perhaps interrupt the trade or the market access through here, and in exchange, whateversville. Looks like we do see someone going after Sardinia, Piedmont, conquer Sicily, Sicilian war reps. This is quite a big chunk of infamy. I think that you should just be scrambling for China at this point. For the most part, in terms of your war goals. We do see Russia get the enforcement here, and that's good for them, at least. Obviously, less so for the other teams. And we will take a look at what the results of this poll were, and then we'll talk about it a little bit. And then we'll probably check back in with Japan to see if they've managed to get things going, or it looks like Team 1 won the poll with France, or is a tie between France, Austria, Spain, and Prussia, EIC, Russia. I'm inclined to think that Prussia, EIC, Russia has the best draft, but I do think France, Austria, Spain is pretty solid. I would have really loved to have seen France, Austria, Qing. I think this team would have been insane. But I think the USA, UK, Japan thing has got, plenty of teeth as well. Looks like they're going after Chinese territories. I think in the face of Qing not getting drafted, Japan gets even better, because if they are on cultural exclusion, or you might not even need to be on cultural exclusion, national supremacy won't do, though. You accept Qing pops, and so, you won't have any discrimination, you won't have these qualification problems, and it's kind of like getting Chinese provinces without the Chinese disadvantages. And so this is an interesting one. Maybe trying to maintain land connections to prevent market swings. Yeah, that was the thing. Can't they get them cut down to size now? They haven't taken anything yet. No, so if you get cut down to size, you release all your subjects that you have within... if you get cut down to size within the first 10 years of the game, you release all the subjects you start the game with. This is kind of like a known feature. So if they get cut down to size now, by an ally, let's say, they would have to give up Hudson Bay, which maybe it's still worth it. They would have to release all of Australia, all of... Canada down here, which they're getting some income from in order to ramp up construction, so I'm not sure it's worth it, but perhaps it is worth it, just to reset the infamy. Century of humiliation became the decade of humiliation. 1850s won't be any China left in the game. No, I think you're just supposed to dogpile China as much as possible. I don't think Chat's Pick ever won a game, so I guess Team 2 is gonna win. Well, Team 1 and Team 2, Team 1 and Team... Oh, people... Sorry, I misread who won the poll. Team 1 and Team 3. I like Team 2. I like Team 2 a lot. We'll see. Have they managed... I wish we could see if the landowners... I wish we could see if they have managed to swap 2. So you can do a little bit of a gimmick relatively early on. Okay, so they do have the market liberal in charge. I'm assuming they did the swap properly, so they are getting off of, being traditionalist. You can get a market liberal very early on in the game with Russia specifically, not with corn laws, but by a trick of abdicating the throne, and then also making sure that this guy becomes a general so you can promote them to the leader of the IG. And so, yeah. You think that Japan and Qing can't tolerate each other's pops with just racial segregation? I'm not sure, but I think this might be the case. But it looks like they're pariah too. So, UK and Japan are really just going for it. Let's see if USA is kind of going for it too. They're still reputable. They must have declared this war and got cut down to size before finishing this war. So they're looking pretty good. No one's gone to South America or after Bolivia, it looks like, which are kind of, South Africa and Bolivia, which are kind of the critical, just kidding. These are the critical expansion spots. So far, I am probably, in terms of play, biggest fan of Team 3, although I mean, Team 2 is doing decent things too. I think that this play was smart. You know, we'll see if they'll be able to form North German Fed. We see France is shitting the bed. What's going on here? They're involved in a lot of wars. Interesting. Is there a PvP war going on here? So we have France. No, France is just losing to Sardinia Piedmont. We're getting pushed by Sardinia Piedmont. I mean, they're on the same team, so they're not fighting each other. Interesting. So check politic. Check the Diplo. Oop. I just doxed the wrong chat. My bad. Now, nothing's happening in the Diplo chat. Generally speaking, people are now... They've switched to PMing each other, which makes sense, you know, in terms of trying to play tight. You don't want the other team to know what you're negotiating, really, and you don't even want them to know that you're negotiating until it's too late. And so I think we will try and get a score update here, actually, now. Just so that the values kind of become clear, and also we start to become a little bit more clear on what the score things will look like. So, France, we have, checking the GDP, they started with 28.4, and they're up to a pretty modest 35.5. Now, they haven't taken any crazy provinces, so this is actually a pretty good growth here. Austria started at 23.2, and they're up to 26.7, which this is pretty solid as well. I believe Joey is playing France, and Joey generally always has good GDP growth, you know, independent of conquest. And Spain is up 1 million from 9.6 to 10.7, and so we see, hopefully, the score, dynamic score updating. And there are 16.67 total points available to be distributed to the teams. Or to each player on the team for this session, which is 25% more than normal. Once we put in the values for the other countries, things will be adjusted. We see Russia not going up at all in GDP. They started at 38.2, they're at 38.3. I'm not sure what that's about, considering they took some territory, but okay. Did they lose some territory? I don't think so. East India Company started at 51.7, but they're up to 59.5, and this is with losing one of their flagship provinces, you know, in South Bengal here, which is, you know, not a small amount of GDP. So this is actually very impressive from EIC. And then Prussia, let's take a look. They start at, wow, Prussia's really, oh, the huge portion of this come up is not the Prussia themselves, but taking the EIC province, and so they're up to about 10 million. Let's take a look at the UK here. The UK starts at, why is their GDP? Oh, okay, it was bugged out. Yeah, I was like, why is their GDP so low? They start out at 36. They're up to 54.2. They start at 36.1. The USA starts at 16, and they're up to 26.5. And Japan starts at 12.7. Really expecting to see pretty explosive growth from them once the turmoil wears down. Right now, they're kind of a victim a little bit of turmoil, and we see that UK, USA, Japan has most of the points here with 8.9 points currently. But we will score it when the session ends, when the first session ends, and when the second session ends. So I will let these players know what the current state of affairs with the score is. And this generally often informs like inflection points in terms of strategy for the players. We will we have the overlaid score here, and we can see that currently Team 1 will be, if the game were to end right now, which it won't, Team 1 would get 3 points, Team 2 would get 4.6 points, and Team 3 would get around 9 points. Check politics, see if they're changing laws. They have political movements to enact homesteading and culture, a big one for homesteading, and I'm not seeing... They're enacting cultural exclusion currently. So, perhaps a little bit of a miss to not be getting off traditionalism as quickly as possible. We see UK going after, we see classic going for free trade and recognition and banning slavery here. Notably, Japan did not have a truce with these guys after Japan was released, because they were released. And so this is, I think very strong play here by Team 3. And so, but we're at a point where the other two teams can kind of see, if they look, that Team 3 is running away with it currently, right? And this is where the tripedal balance comes in. Will the teams 1 and 2 negotiate about doing something about Team 3? And if they decide to, this is a problem for Team 3, I think. I think that they are perhaps biting off more than they can chew, especially, you have okay, they can raise a lot of troops. Japan can, right? Because Japan is actually, they managed to get on technocracy too. Very nice. But Japan has, they have, where is it? Oh, they have pro-army? Man, they've really passed a lot of laws. That is impressive. I thought they would be on national militia, but they're on pro-army and technocracy. Which I'm not sure how they got... Wait. No, everything's fucked up. They're on monarchy and technocracy. And do they have professional army and... Well, it looks like they have professional army. But everything's messed up. They also might be running a severe bureaucratic malice. They have a movement to enact wealth voting that has critical radicalism. If you rev, though, there's this critical problem. We see a pause by Tired Star, and this could be the first PvP war. We see Prussia, and cut down to size. We see it start already. Teams... Ostensibly, this is teams 1 and 2. We have France, Austria, Spain. So France and Prussia is from the other team. And so we see cut down to size on the UK here. And, Russia, to see if they're changing laws. They can change. But this is what we're talking about here, where you get dogpiled. And if UK gets cut down to size, they will have to release all of this dirt, but not only this dirt, they will have to release all the subjects they start with at the start of the game. This will be quite painful for them, even though they've already released EIC, and this is kind of the penalty for going too fast here. So we are down to speed 3, because there's going to be a PvP war, although it's supposed to be speed 4. Wow, it's whatever, it's fine. But we do see, is the USA coming in to help? Just to be clear, it is Prussia, in terms of players. France, Austria, Russia, and Spain. And so we see perhaps not the best organization here, because I think you want multiple wars, and we are seeing a 5-person deck here, but they might just deck later on, USA or something, to release Mexico or Japan, although Japan's pariah too, right? So they can turn around and then deck on Japan, and this is going to be a big deal. I think that, I think that this is a mechanic that's actually really interesting in the 3v3v3, because the cut down to size war goal can't be, bricked, basically. One of the problems with a lot of wars is you can, as the player, brick them. So, for example, if there was a Qing player, and they had an ally that was Prussia, when Great Britain declares for this stuff, you can have your ally declare on you, and then you back down to the ally, and you instead feed this stuff to your ally. You cannot feed this disembowelment from being a pariah. And so I can't imagine that the UK is going to win this. I have no idea how they would try and win this. We also see Spain versus... Okay, that's versus Philippines. That's nothing burger. But we see in here, liberate Portugal, liberate Finland, liberate Cuba. And, so we see a few libs, and we see USA join on this side. So this is going to mean that there's going to be a truce with the USA and these 5 teams. And so perhaps, you can still recover after something like this, but this is in terms of countries you do not want to get cut down to size, 2 years into the game, UK is pretty high up there, because not only are they going to be losing all this, which is fair enough, they're losing stuff that they start the game with, which is not ideal. I wonder what this is about. Newfoundland. It looks like... Are they releasing stuff as subjects before? Nope. I don't know. Did they just back down? I don't know how Newfoundland got out, but okay. Now... Yeah, so... I don't know what that's about, actually. I'm super confused. If anyone has an idea what that's about, let me know, please. But we're seeing a PvP war come here, and escalation is continuing. Is it bugged? Or is this just my... Yeah, so the war pops off, and we have it. Nothing too crazy in that war, but I also think you maybe can... I'm not sure if you can sway people to your side and give them war goals if your primary war goal is cut down to size, like war reps or something like this, but this will be a little bit of a reckoning for them. We are also seeing Japan is going to enforce taking Hebei, Jiangsu, and northern Anhui, which is going to be quite a bit of stuff. We see Tim pause the game here. Now, where's Tim? Tim's playing the USA. I assume this is a join versus a player. Nope. Or what is this? Tim is not involved in something that has a player kind of engagement, but it's a backing down, or it's just a capitulation, and all the subjects have to be released. So we see the GDP collapse for UK, which is going to collapse their points correspondingly here, and yeah, now everything's released. Maybe that was just catching up with the Newfoundland thing, or maybe they were trying to release Newfoundland themselves to try and maintain them as a subject to see if they could game that system in particular. It will be interesting to see if they go after China as well, or sorry, Japan as well, because Japan is also a pariah, so we could cut down to size them, but yeah, they flew too far too fast. A little Icarus action here, and left a big target on their back. But this is the beauty of the 3v3v3, right? Especially because these players are also kind of sitting in for the long haul, a multi-game session. But to UK's credit, or to this team's credit, they now have truces between UK, USA, and all these countries, so they can't declare and they can't get decked on. So if they manage to grow a lot in the next 5 years, they'll be able to keep something going. Since there's no player wars, we're going to go up to speed 4, as there are no player wars anymore currently occurring. Looks like we see a rev, and this is really bad, potentially, for Japan, because if you lose a revolution, you just lose your country. It's bricked. We're gone. We're done. And so I'm not sure if the other teams will pick up on this, if someone will join. But the strategy is you have some people join on one side, some people join on the other side, and you only help the side that the player is not on. And so this would be kind of the strategy. Players have to be very careful. We see Russia support here in this right now. And so this is going to be particularly uncomfortable. Team 2 has decided they're going to support the aristocratic revolt. Now, this means we're going to be entering a situation where, we're probably going to have to see us switch sides and switch to the aristocratic revolt or fight a very uncomfortable war. Players might not have enough time to get an interest here in Japan to join both sides, but what you do in theory is have Prussia EIC, Team 2 could have Prussia EIC join one side, Russia join the other side, and then only help one side, right? And so this would cause a situation where they just help intentionally, and we see a swap to the aristocratic revolt, and then Russia swaps sides as well. So Russia's trying to brick their country. Now, I think that they can swap after escalation. I think that they can swap sides, but this is a little bit of an interesting song and dance here. And we see UK come in on the Japanese shogunate side, so I'm guessing we're going to see a swap back from the aristocratic revolt. Oh, well, maybe they come back. We might have to take a pause and tell them they can't swap sides. I don't think they could swap sides at this point, once we're in this. And I'm guessing that we are going to see Japan... Japan can swap. I think Russia cannot swap, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, this is so bad if they don't swap back. But they're going to swap back last second, right? Right? Whoa, no way. They don't get this swap off.
Generalist, can I continue as Japan for a penalty?
So you didn't swap... Could you not swap back?
I can swap back to Japan.
No, could you not swap back to the aristocratic revolt?
What do you mean?
So you... or swap back to the regular side of Japan.
No, you can't.
You can't swap back once you swap?
No.
No, the precedent is you're bricked. Someone has to release for you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought you could swap back. I was waiting for you to swap back. I was biting my nails. Stream was waiting for you either, as well. I thought you could swap back. That's rev. Revving is it's important not to rev. So you can play as a releasable. You can discuss.
Can I play as Mexico?
Once they annex Mexico.
All right.
You can. Yeah, it's your options are like Scotland and like the other one. But yeah, you have to be super careful with the revs. Very sneaky of Russia. So we're gonna, huh?
I think it should just be a penalty, but okay. If that's what you want to do.
The precedent is the precedent, though. You know what I mean? Is that you get bricked.
Well, there's like one case before.
There's two cases before.
It was all in the same game. But all right, yeah.
No, but like I mean, if everyone wants it to be a penalty, we can make it a penalty. We can just call everyone in. So let's call everyone in, and we'll discuss it.
Okay, but I think you want to call everyone in because Paul has questions about this too.
Yeah, which is fair enough.
Do we pause for this or?
Yeah, we're paused.
Okay.
Because I mean, this is a pretty big deal. We could also maybe negotiate like penalty size, but like we'll need to talk this through.
I mean, I think it's the same as a rule break, right? 5%.
Well, so
yes,
we have a precedent.
Fucked up.
So here's the precedent. The precedent has been when you rev, you just entirely get bricked when you lose a rev, right? Now, did you capitulate instantly instead of fighting?
Yes, I capitulated instantly.
Okay. But you don't have anyone. Japan doesn't have any releasables at this point, anyways. So it's not like you could release and play as. So
he's got released fucking Mexico, New England.
No, we don't.
You can't release Mexico because you haven't been annexed. So we have to discuss how we want to handle this because for those of you who weren't aware, which might be just Team 1, Russia joined.
Player, by the way?
Huh? Russia
Who's
joined.
the Russia player?
Who's the intelligent, handsome, tired star? Who's the most aggressive player in 3v3s?
I'll keep that in mind.
So here's the situation. Russia joined against Japan in their revolt, and then when Japan switched sides, Russia switched sides. You can't swap back. I was under the impression you could swap back. So I was under the impression that once you swap, you just swap back and you dodge the Russia. This is kind of where I'm at, which is why I'm mildly sympathetic towards the situation because Team 2 didn't dogpile both sides of the rev, which is what they should have done, I think.
We didn't have interest there, I think.
Yeah, so...
we did have interest,
but I want to add something. Tiredsa purposefully switched sides, supporting the upper side, just before it hit 70, so he couldn't... So they couldn't.
Yeah, he did switch right before 70, so that was.
Yeah.
So in case
that was also that if he swapped.
counted in that.
Yeah, if you swapped after 70, I would just be kind of in favor of like allowing this Japan play. So the question here is, do we want to allow TS to continue playing as Japan with a penalty, or follow precedent and make him play a releasable?
Okay, so
I do
this
have a
sounds
question, by the
shitty.
way.
Huh? What's your
Generalist,
question?
because, as United States and as UK, we both, for some reason, had a truce with Japan, which we kind of don't know why, though.
You had
You
to
were
even-
on opposite
Canal.
sides of the war for the recognition war.
Exactly.
No?
No, I would only have a truce with,
you had two
with the
wars.
UK.
One of the war after you had one war before release.
Oh,
and
it was
one
a
war
cut down.
after
It was a
release.
cut down.
You definitely had two wars
Also,
though,
you conquered parts of Japan.
which is like
Yeah, but I was cut down to it. That means, and then Japan was released, so the truce was gone by that point, and I joined with Japan against the UK at this moment, and this was like 2 months before, and then I suddenly had a truce afterwards with them, so
Yeah,
I couldn't
you had
join
to
the
continue
revolt.
on.
No, I don't get
Well,
a truce
why
when I
did you
join.
have
no,
somebody
you had the
away?
truce
That's-
earlier because you had been on the opposite side of the war
So,
with
so
them.
when you get cut down, you get a 5-year truce. So that's where you got the truce.
You had a truce from before with them, but you can join
But why
on their
did
side.
Japan rebel?
No, for some reason they couldn't join on my side. I'm not sure why.
I saw them join on your side, UK.
No,
They joined on Japan's side.
They
can't-
joined against me.
Yeah, they can't join the Rev side because they have a truce with Japan. They joined on regular Japan side,
Right.
Yeah,
but that's like
Okay, that makes sense.
that's like public
but
information.
I can
So-
switch back, so it
So-
didn't work. Yeah.
we have three options here, as far as I see. We can say those are some loud ass. That's like a motorcycle caravan. I apologize, but we
I wasn't able to join the other sides. I was trying to do that and was sure.
yeah,
one
it's
side
because you
was
had a
one
truce
side.
with the other side. You would have TS would have had to stay on the one side in order to do that. But I was under the impression you could swap back and forth. I didn't know you would not be able to swap back and forth. But the precedent has been you get bricked, and so unless there's overwhelming support for something other than this, this is what we'll do. But the two other options that we can do, because like this is kind of shitty to have like 3 years into the game, and to be honest, I think I would rather have it be a closer game. Which is why we're kind of discussing this. We can let him continue playing as Japan with a penalty. We can let him continue playing as Japan with a penalty to the entire team. Or we can let him play as Mexico. These are the three other options, which normally you wouldn't be able to play as Mexico because the US hasn't annexed it yet.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Last time we
I'm not
discussed
sure
a
what
penalty,
happened.
I think I proposed 35%, and you Generalist said no, 50%. It should be a harsh penalty for.
Yeah, I was.
I think 5%.
So-
we talked about 10%.
5% is too little?
No one agreed. So
No, but
I mean-
this was for breaking an agreement. He's talking about a separate conversation we had about when you get bricked by a rev, which was
Right.
last time. This is a different conversation, which I do.
I mean, I
remember
thought
talking-
breaking a rule or agreement is pretty much on the same level as this, right?
No,
No.
you messed up a rebellion. It's kind of your fault for having it happen. Isn't that like the consensus?
That's
yeah,
what generalists
that
are
is
not
Yeah.
that is.
It's
I mean,
your
that is the
Like, why
precedent.
did Japan rebel? What did you do?
He passed a law
Open their market.
or a lot
So
of
you
laws.
passed
Yeah,
law,
passed
you
a law.
rebelled, and you didn't come in.
Would it? Okay, so here, why don't we put in the Diplo and I'll on the stream. Sorry to the stream because obviously I'm not interacting with you, but we'll put in the Diplo chat now. Overlay Diplo, and we are gonna put kind of three options. Upvote if you are okay with this option. So.
Why a 5% penalty?
Just a second.
That's the rule.
Yeah.
No, it's little. I think.
So we will decide what the
I'm
larger
not sure
penalty
what
is.
happens. I'm not sure what.
If this these need to win by a larger than number of 6 votes, because I assume all of TS's team will vote for each of these. And and we will decide kind of which is appropriate. If none of these get to threshold, so you can react to each of these. You can react to these with any, or you could use the feat reaction, I suppose. The feat, David Harbour feat. You can, if you're okay with this, upvote it or react in the same way. And if you're not okay with it, and if none of these reach the threshold of 6, you will have to play as a released subject from the US at this point, or Scotland, or something like this, because this is the precedent. I do remember having this conversation and thinking that a larger penalty is like what's appropriate for the Rev rather than the entire thing getting bricked, talking with Paul. And I would prefer not for the entire country to get bricked, because we're barely in the start. This is supposed to be 2 sessions, and I would prefer not to kneecap a team this hard at game start. And so,
How are there more than 9 votes?
how are there more than 9 votes? What do you mean?
But should we
You're
for all
upvoting
3?
each one you're okay with.
Oh, okay. I know.
So
Oh,
if you're
okay.
okay with any of these, upvote it. And if you're not okay with it, then don't upvote it. And then we will give TS the option between which one he wants to do. Like right now, Play as Mexico has 6, and Play as Japan with larger penalty has 7. If this is kind of where people are okay with, then we will vote on what the penalty size is, and then TS can decide whether he wants to either play as Mexico or play as Japan with a larger penalty. And the penalty will just apply to Japan.
TS do wrong? I'm
Huh?
still not sure what he did wrong.
So he had a revolution, and he lost the revolution.
Yeah, I lost the revolution. So my precedent.
You're
The
just out of
precedent,
game.
and there was no rules changes after the precedent was set, is his entire country is bricked. You just lose everything. But I would prefer this not to be how we play this out. And I'm sure TS obviously would prefer that as well.
Yes.
So,
To be fair, we should have made.
It's
We
not
should have
because
just
he
finished
did break rules
like,
or
with a penalty.
break.
I agree, but I'm gonna give I'm gonna give several options for penalty sizes. Everyone upvote which ones they're okay with. In the same way, you can vote for both. Okay. So I think 50% is the absolute max, and I think that's kind of a little bit harsh.
I mean, I propose 25%.
20.
It's harsh.
I think 20 or 15 actually. That does sound good.
Upvote every one of these that you're okay with.
It's not high enough. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, use sunglasses emoji.
That's right. Land of the rising sun.
And it has to win. It has to get there by at least 6. 50% needs to have 6 as well, or like it should have at least 8, because 8 people were okay with the larger penalty.
I think it should have 8. Just
So it's assumed
mean it's
that, or
impossible.
sorry, 50% auto passes. You can choose 50% if you win, but 50% is like a lot. I think. I don't know.
But obviously, the other team would never vote for 50%.
The other teams.
Yeah, and 50% right now is 6, so isn't that basically
Guys,
saying
and
that
the
everyone
other teams,
except
their interests if it's 50% and
wait, is that
actually
50%
rules
on the entire team or just 50%
No, just
on
Japan.
the
Just Japan.
Just Japan.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the entire team
Is it
would
for
be
just this
insane.
session or both sessions?
Both.
No,
Just
just this one, I would say.
Because I'd
It's not
be
really fair.
fine with just this one.
Yeah, I
If it's a harsh penalty. If it's a low penalty, I would say both.
Are we keeping the same? nation?
Sure, it'll be just this one. Just this session. Adjust your votes accordingly.
I didn't even know we were going to continue this one. So.
Yeah, that's the plan.
We kept saying that. But...
Very
Yeah,
well.
thanks for
Probably not
kicking me out of the game in 3 years.
Yeah.
We're playing for 25.
I don't think anyone kicked you out, to be fair.
35%.
Or did
You
Russia
didn't-
not just kick me out of the game?
You didn't need that rebellion, to be fair.
But this,
Get off on you.
This was public information. If you're okay... Okay, so it looks like 35%. So your options, TS, are 35% for this session as Japan,
Okay.
or you can play as Mexico. Who took off the 35%? That's the option. I've already given it to him.
No. I can vote.
Yeah,
There you
you
go.
definitely want to vote.
Okay, I know everyone wants to play the game, so I'll just make this quick. I'll just take the 35 then.
Okay, so I will subtract it from your GDP at the final resolution. So everyone keep in mind that the score that is going to be given is going to be inflated slightly. Or actually, is there a good way to... I can go into the spreadsheet now, I think. Let's see. Oh my god, it's actually going to be annoying for me to do. I'll figure out how to do this in the spreadsheet at some point in time, but there will be a 35% penalty. Some of the updates might not yet have the penalty applied. Okay, so select your nation. Moving forward, I think that we will probably use the 35% penalty.
Okay.
But 50
Because
seems kind of debilitating.
50 is pretty debilitating, but also, in theory, if you lose a rev, you're dead, right? So,
Yes.
like, I think that you generally don't want... I think you generally don't want to rev in 3v3s, because people
Also-
can do exactly what Tired Star did, right? Which is join on the side, and then...
Oh,
Also,
wait.
I don't want to be that guy, but because Japan is not.
Yeah, so Japan got controlled by an AI for like a few seconds, and they immediately pieced me out of my Qing War. Can I at least get something from that?
You were gonna lose that war.
You were
You're gonna lose that war.
You were losing it.
Yeah, he was.
They
Well,
immediately capitulated.
I was
They
saying,
weren't.
I'm not
No.
gonna take that shit without
You were
You
at a
would have
negative number.
lost.
We would have lost. They were
We're at
negative.
minus
but-
16.
I am sorry, but did Rebellion win or did the Shogunate win? Because right
The
now
Rebellion
Japan
won.
Shogunate.
No,
Because
the
he-
Shogunate won. The
Oh, the
won.
Shogunate one?
But it's
Yeah,
not
and
Japan.
you have the infamy.
Because the aristocrats rebelled, so the Shogunate won, but the landowners are out of.
I mean, I think you
government.
shouldn't have capitulated immediately, because this would have been easier to negotiate. You also probably could have negotiated with Tired Star.
I
but-
kind of wanted to say that maybe your laws changed because you were playing as a rebellion.
No,
I
my
don't
laws
know
are the
if they
same.
did.
My laws are the same.
I mean, you have protectionism. Shouldn't it be free open market?
No,
Because of-
the rebellion lost. He switched to the rebellion, and then he couldn't switch back, and then the rebellion lost.
Okay, anyway, it's fine.
Just gonna point this out there. If you have a rebellion, slavery ban,
All right.
I'll probably help you.
So we can reload and allow win Qing War, or the other option
Already
is
taking a
continue.
35 penalty. Just let me have this one, guys.
Come on.
I'd argue you lost the war because
The AI lost the war. I was winning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the same.
Well,
Would
Yeah,
you
the
have
same
fight
logic.
the
the
rebellion?
precedent is your entire country gets bricked. So like the
Like you lost the war because
And
you were
in
busy with
everything.
rebellion,
I mean,
I'd
if
argue.
this changes whether or not you want to pick Mexico or you know, you guys vote for reload and allow the Qing War or continue, whichever you prefer. And I think that reload needs to win by just a simple majority. Looks like we got 5 votes for
Which
continue.
Qing War? Who I'm not
So
aware
Japan
of
had a
Qing
war versus Qing for a whole bunch of stuff, and they went to reload because the AI auto-capitulated here. They spent a big chunk of infamy. Of course, they get refunded a large chunk of it when you just, you know, do this. It looks like people want to just continue. So if that changes you to the point where you want to play Mexico, you can swap to Mexico instead.
I think I'll continue regardless.
Okay. So we'll just.
I know everyone wants to play the game, so
Yeah.
we can just hurry.
We'll
I'll just say continue. We won't reload.
Yeah. Okay.
Everyone wants to play the game after all.
That's yeah. Okay, then we'll just continue on, and everyone go to your respective chats, and I'm gonna set the timer for 1 minute, and we'll unpause in a minute. Okay.
Wait.
That was a little stressful action. What happened? What happened is that Japan lost a war. The precedent for this is you just lose everything. I didn't want to do that. We're 3 years into the game. I wanted to give them a little bit more of a chance. and you could also play as a releasable. Not very many good releasable options now that UK has gotten enforced on. And so he instead is going to have a 35% penalty for his country. And so, any growth he gets is going to be multiplied by 0.65 instead. And so this is going to severely limit, his growth, as it were. So we're going to do that and try and figure out how to go forward from there. I think the penalty is fair. Yeah, I think that the losing a rev needs to be catastrophically bad. I think that especially because the philosophy informing the rules is that it is just kind of no holds barred, and the effect in game when you get enforced on is that you just die. Right? And so, but at the same time, we are doing a 2-session thing. They are playing for, some pretty significant prizing of the opportunity to buy yourself a candy bar. And so, maybe we don't want to be as harsh as possible, but we will... Oop, the overlaid score is not up. All right. We will include the penalty now, as well as the cut down to size, and give updated score, with this in mind. I'm going to catch up on the chat, though. For competitive multiplayer to work, I imagine you need a room of supercomputers, maybe. I think playing as a releasable is a good precedent to remain, but I also think that playing as a future released country should be allowed. I'd say he gets to wait and play Mexico. This is, I think that'd be like, in terms of just like game mechanics, I think that this is maybe appropriate, but I think that, it depends how much you want to punish a player for, revving, I guess. Yeah, in the future, the game is going to be 35% precedent rather than playing as releasables. I think you will have either option, but 35% is pretty significant, right? Because every piece of dirt he takes is going to be multiplied by a very significant, nerf, right? And so, it affects all of his future growth. Courtroom drama, you're here for it? Yeah, he lost. What if he loses a revolution a second time? You get to choose. I'll give him the same choice, I suppose, but 2 35% penalties is pretty significant. It's it's nearly a 50% penalty at that point. Is there a revolution that'd make you a beast to compensate for 35% score by pulling your team? No, I don't think so. I think 35% is pretty catastrophically bad. We are going to update the scores though, in light of kind of everything. So we see Tim. Actually, we might have some action. We see Tim paused. Tim is a USA player, and see what he's got in the diplomacy. I'm not sure what this is about. Just a moment. This might be some technical issues with desync or something like this. So we will have a ask. So why are we paused? Why are we paused?
Oh, I am sorry. I didn't recognize. I was tapped out.
Oh.
Sorry.
No worries. I just, was confused. Okay, so it just tapped out, as it were. And so we will update some GDPs. So France, and the GDP movement's probably not too large, is up around 3 million from 35 at last check-in, so we'll put 38.3. Austria is up to 21, or down? What the hell? Austria was 26 last update. They're down a significant portion of GDP. I don't know what drove their GDP down. But they're down to 21.4, which is actually down from game start GDP. I don't know why is there GDP in the tanker? Okay, but I guess we'll continue. Spain is at 11.7. Maybe some goods prices change, or maybe they're not constructing at all, and so this is depressed. Russia is up from 38, which kind of wasn't budged from the start, to 46.8, so they're getting some decent growth in. Prussia is up to 24.9, so up around 2 from last session. Oh, 24.9, need to have the 0.9. Maybe we need that 0.9. Maybe we don't need it too much. EIC is up around 5 million from last check-in to 64.7. And UK is going to be down quite a bit. They are down from 54 since the cut down to size to 29. Flat. USA is up, or they're down around 3 million to 23.5. And Japan, let's take a look at their GDP. Minus it from the starting GDP. As we're going to need to do math. So, since last session, the GDP is up around 2 million. But we do have to give them a penalty. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the current value, 17.4, minus it from the original value of 12.7, times this by 0.65, and then add it to the initial value of 12.7 to get 15.8, which is down a little bit from their last check-in, but they will have to incur this penalty repeatedly. And now we see a very different story as far as the score goes, and it is not good for Team 3. It's particularly bad, and we will let the players know that this is the current state of affairs. But Team 3 has suffered an absolutely brutal reckoning here. You know, between the cut down to size and the losing the rev, they are basically back to starting point. And Prussia, EIC, Russia, which is Paul 34's team, is now firmly in front. But let's take a look at if these guys can get cut down to size, and I think that they aren't being naughty at all. You know, Prussia, which took a big chunk, reputable indeed, and Russia's infamous, but nowhere near cut down to size range. And so if they, we got grapes, yeah, we got grapes, and so this is I'm expecting to see Team 1 and Team 3 make some sort of negotiations, which is going to make forming North German Fed very difficult. Wait, there's 10 players in the game? I'm in the game. I'm playing as Gobir. This is me, the Jovis. Can't forget the powerhouse Gobir, basically. Yeah. I thought chat would be wrong on the draft. Is there such a consistent metric? Lamau every time? Well, to be fair, they were looking really nice at game start. I think they just flew too close. I think they just shouldn't have gone over 100 infamy and shouldn't have revved, and they would be in a fantastic spot. You know what I mean? Like, this is... they would be in spectacular shape if those two things didn't happen. Yeah, I'm not sure how Team 3 recovers from this. I think that they gotta recover into I think they gotta play for a second session and for, you know, trying to scrape together like 3 to 4 points and try and... So there's actually another dynamic going on here, which is that Team 2, their team leader, Paul, is currently ahead in league points by 5 points ahead of Team 3's TS, who has significantly less, or has 25. Versus 30, and then Joey, I think, has 14 or 16, who is currently playing France. Right? If Joey's team had like this 13 type performance, Joey can bink first place. Otherwise, it's very, very hard. But, you know, this might put a target on Paul's back to some extent, or this could be how, you know, Team 3 broaches this to Team 1, or vice versa, in terms of 6v3ing, like, Team 2 into the pavement for, like, the rest of the game. And so it'll be interesting to see if this happens. They will need to flex some... Yeah, so this is going to come down to diplomacy for Team 3 to make a recovery, and they're going to have to work out their differences. Exactly. So this is, I think, the beauty of it, especially because we know we're going multiple sessions, and next session Japan will not have the penalties. So Japan still has big pop, and they're still going to fight Qing, right? They're going to, once the truce is over, they're going to look to take provinces from Qing. You know what's really funny? Not a single European has a Qing province here, except for, Portugal. So, what started out as a carving up of Qing has ended up being very anticlimactic. But we're seeing, the teams... I think the teams should still be going after Qing provinces, like, as much as possible, but we're not quite seeing that. Let's take a dump, or let's take a dump. Let's take a dive in and see what the teams are up to. We see that Prussia is going for Schleswig-Holstein and Denmark and this sort of stuff, so they actually are going to be accruing a decent chunk of infamy in this, Prussia has. I guess they're pretty reputable, though. France is not up to any wars. We see conquering of Egypt. I don't know if this is the best war goals to be going for, but we see Austria and France going for Egypt. Now, I think this isn't the best relative to going after Qing, because if you look at the GDP of, like, these individual provinces, they're still going to cost a lot of infamy, but they're only, like, a million-ish GDP. And so I think that, I think that you're just supposed to go for Qing provinces here, like, overwhelmingly, or go for this or Peru, Bolivia. I think these are kind of the options. But that's kind of what Team 1 is up to. We do have to worry a little bit here, but as you are becoming further behind in score, you start to care less about infamy. We do see them going after, is this Zulu? Perfect. I like this. Going after Zulu. I'm not sure about also going after South Africa, but it's probably fine. But the idea is you get in on both Transvaal and Orania, so it's a very solid expansion plan overall. Oh, what did I miss in the last 30 minutes? You missed all the drama, the controversy, of Japan incurring a 35% penalty because they lost a revolution, and they still have 50 infamy, which is, you can make an argument that they should have played Mexico too, instead, which was another option given to him. Mexico's GDP is 5 million, so you would be losing around 13 million GDP, but you wouldn't have the penalty, and but this also cuts down on future USA gains, because USA can annex Mexico somewhere down the line, which I'm certain is the plan. So Team 2, we kind of saw what they were up to as well, so let's see what the UK in a post-cut-down to size world is going for. They're going for North Borneo for Brunei, so this seems fine. This is a good place to take. Ooh, we see... What is this? They're Dominion over the UK. So as the UK subjugated... The UK did subjugate here on Netherlands, and it looks like they have managed to annex them, or they have transferred, or this sort of thing. So this is good for them. This will be a nice source of growth later on. And the USA annexing Mexico and Peru, Bolivia will also be a good source later on. So I think that, they're in reasonable, and the US is just going for all the Americas. They're in reasonable, ooh, we forgot to do the tech. Why, how dare we forget? We're gonna go for analytic philosophy. Okay. And so, there is some potential growth here ahead of time, and so we'll see this. Wait, they don't have the penalty next session? This is what was agreed to? That seems kind of whack. It's all the same game, same players, same country, same save file. The mistake was still made? I don't know. Well, so they're playing... This is what everyone agreed to. I assume if the penalty applies next session, they would have chosen Mexico instead. Obviously it's less harsh, but this is also the first time I'm very confident we'll go into a second session, so we don't know. I understand the point, but I also want it to, be a little, I don't want to, super kneecap the team in the first act. That has implications for the final score next session. Yeah. So if Japan manages to really crank up, that they aren't getting penalized next session, but still have the same GDP is going to be pretty significant. But so far, it is. I'll have to let the players know that this is with penalty and this sort of stuff, and Japan, so we are treating the growth of Japan's GDP as being minus 35%. So in order to do this, I took their current GDP minus their starting GDP, times it by 0.65, and then added it to their starting GDP. And so it's like they grew 35% less is how the score is being done for them. And so this is kind of, you know, where things are. Why don't we pull the chat and see if you guys think that this was a fair resolution? Was this a fair, proper resolution? And if you guys don't agree that it was, then too harsh, fair, and not harsh enough. And we'll start the poll here. This is a serious matter. Yeah, JC understands. An opportunity to buy a candy bar hangs in the balance. This is fate, as decided by... What is this? France? Was France a scallywag, or was this the plan? Looks like they negotiated something where France got the Denmark instead of Prussia, and we might have, you know, stuff going on in the background as well in terms of negotiations, where, you know, Team 1 and 3 now have significantly more leverage over Team 2 in terms of negotiating stuff because of the fear of, you know, this sort of reckoning. In particular, Prussia, EIC, Russia. Russia is pretty easy to cut down. Now, I assume they moved their capital to Perm. They did not. Oh, please tell me they moved their capital, though. Where's the capital of Russia? If you move it to Perm, I think Perm is the best place to move it. Then it is not possible... They did move it to Perm. It's not possible to release a country of whom your capital is their capital, so Perm is not a releasable country when you move your capital to Perm, so this is why I think that's the best place, but they can still have Ukraine released on them as a means of kneecapping Russia specifically. Prussia has a few releasables in it, but just bricking North German Fed is also pretty significant, as this is a feature that makes the Prussia pick a lot better. However, I think they picked up Prussia pretty late. I think they went Russia EIC, or no, they went Russia Prussia. I forget. No, they picked up the other two at the end. It is kind of hard to kneecap. Ooh, what is this about though? Oh, looks like they returned it. Interesting. That's an interesting strategy. So it looks like they gave it back. Did a little return state CB action. But now, their capital should be in the much more favorable, where's the capital? Yeah, so Delhi is a much more favorable spot for the capital here. It's going to be pretty hard to get to. Do they release extra nations, or is there really this many nations? I mean, there's not a good way to conquest into there if you don't pull in your allies. So this is a situation. We live in a society, but this does make it harder to cut them down. Now, it does allow the releasing of Bengal, which has a huge chunk of the GDP. So this is the way in which Team 2 is vulnerable, is release Ukraine, release Bengal. However, both these guys are relatively hard to enforce on because they have tucked their capitals away. Whereas, you know, France can tuck their capital. They can tuck their capital kind of here if they wanted. It looks like we still see it in Isle de France. They can also move it to, I forget if Languedoc or, you know, one of these is a coastal place and is the capital of Occitania, which prevents the release of Occitania. So this is something you can do with France. But the point is it'll be relatively easy to enforce. Well, it'll be kind of easy to enforce on France. Austria is really hard to enforce on. Spain, kind of, you know, you have a little bit of buffer. It's not instantly in on your capital. UK is pretty easy to enforce on. USA should have moved their capital. Let's see if they did. Is it deep inside? Yeah, so it went to Illinois, which is a fine spot for the capital. So USA will be hard to enforce on. And Japan will kind of be easy to enforce on, but they do benefit quite a lot from the fact that it's one strategic region, unlike the UK. So if you are patrolling with enough navies, it can kind of prevent the multi-landing strategy to some extent. The problem with the UK is it is 2 strategic regions, and so if you can't land in the English strategic region, you just land in the North Channel. And this is kind of how you handle this in terms of like what you're doing. Let's get that pull out of the way and end the pull. 40% said too harsh. Interesting. I guess it's not. It's simply not fun to break T3's hour 1 when we have 6 more to go. I want to see Japan rise from the ashes. This is to some extent, you know, and it looks like we got pretty split kind of opinions here. For not harsh enough, also winning out. But no, a lot of people don't think it's fair. Chat does want blood. French Denmark is cursed. I agree. The capital play is giga-brained. Yep, this is the strategy. The players have started. The players are learning. The metagame is developing. You know, in terms of a lot of things. I think the Japan strategy was actually terrific. I think that they flew too close to the sun. Too much infamy. I think that this was excessive. It also put the target on their back because they looked way out in front. But now Team 2 is just absolutely way out in front, and it's not close. We have you know, 2 more hours in the session, so I will let the players know that this is 2-hour warning. And we did have quite a bit of a time with that fiasco, but we are 5 years into the game, and so it looks like we're going to get maybe a 10-year session, something like this. It looks like, what is this about? Oh, South Africa just already capitulated, or they're a puppet and they're occupied, or it's just bugged. So it looks like the occupation's just bugged, and they are in fact doing a-okay. We have a movement to enact homesteading. Not gonna do that. Yeah, Team 2 is way closer to the sun than Team 3 ever was. Team 2 is inside the sun. Yes, I think the values are still relatively low though, and it's still, look at like Ukraine. If Ukraine gets released, this actually cuts like the GDP growth in half, you know what I mean? And so it's not like insurmountable, and especially what's going to be interesting is players over the course of the week will get to discuss stuff with each other and decide what they want to do. It looks like we see USA going for... I don't like this, because Japan is going to have... Oh, Japan is subjugating. I'm fine with this, because they have claims. And they also accept the pops. USA is just involved. USA is doing the dirty work for Japan here. We have to take a look. Notorious. But at this point, I think now Team 3 is starting to care a whole lot less about infamy because they are not so far out in front of the other teams, you know, in terms of what's going on. Let's see. Who is occupying Egypt? I was not a fan of this war, but we do see the dog pile of both Kebab and, you know, this... I think that Lower and Upper Egypt are just not worth the infamy, really. But, okay, it's fair enough. Team 1's still doing quite alright. Who is playing what? Let's just quickly... So, Team 1, we got Joey playing France. Dare Blue is playing Spain. And then we also have, in playing Austria, we have... Who's playing Austria? A1 is playing Austria. So that's kind of the current situation. It's actually quite a nice block that all 3 are together, because they can help each other out in land wars and this sort of stuff. I don't think that... Ooh, looks like they are doing a little bit of market shenanigans, because Spain is in France's market. This means that when you are stuck as a GP, you actually want to... Or sorry, a major power, you want to, with the GP, just take on the debt of Spain for the lower interest rate, and then Spain can bankroll you or whatever, and you can just repeatedly take on their debt as a strategy, which is kind of interesting. It's definitely something you can do. For Team 2, we do have Paul is playing as Prussia, who is currently the league points leader, and then also in this team is EIC, getting played by... Kind of haven't talked about the players too much. EIC is being played by Engin, who has only had one game, but he had the highest number of points in a single game when his team got 7 points and he got the Generalist point, and he is doing a fine job as the East India Company. Particularly, like, his growth looks fantastic. And then also on the team we do have, playing as Russia, we have Tired Star, who, in my opinion, is probably the most aggressive 3v3v3 player, and we saw him, give Japan the business. Definitely want to be a little bit careful when he is in the game. For the other team, Team 3, their first place player is actually playing their last pick, which is Japan, and that is TS Emporium. You, of course, got to hear a little bit of him on stream, kind of arguing his case. Had the unfortunate circumstance of losing a revolution. The precedent has been, getting a penalty. The penalty is only going to apply to this session. We will have to have a little bit of an idea as to if we want to, how we want to handle revs in the future. But I do recall at the end of last time it happened, talking about a big penalty, like 50%. We ended up on 35%, and so this is fine. This is fine. It's all fine. And then, of course, we do have, playing as USA, Tim, who, if I recall correctly, he is the 4th most general or league points. He's playing as the USA here. And then also as the UK, we do have, Lakagagar, who is doing decently. Although the big, look at the rise before the crash of getting cut down to size, but we are growing. Unfortunately, one of the benefits of the UK is getting all that money from your subjects to put into construction, and now we don't have that anymore. And so this is kind of negating one of the very significant long-term advantages of the additional construction by having so many subjects, which the subjects also give you really a lot of cars outside. They also give you opportunities to go for annexes, which is going to be lower infamy plays. And so, yeah. I think that the fact that the team has to go for 2 sessions changes the metagame more than anyone. Chat and players realize, usually it is a sprint, now it is a marathon. I agree. I think this does make smaller nations stronger. I think that makes picks like Prussia stronger. I didn't make a video talking about this sort of thing, but I definitely agree that it, because percentage growth becomes a much bigger factor when you're running multiple sessions, and team 1 and 3 had a starting GDP of like 40% less than team 2, and so team 2 will probably not be able to do a strong kind of a thing in the second session, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, I want to see wars over oil. We won't get that deep into the game. Spain also takes a lower infamy because they can't be a great power. This is another positive. And like the biggest negative is you not getting the reduced interest rate, and so also less tech spread, if I recall correctly. These are kind of the 2 big ones, but not getting as good an interest rate if you just do the bankroll and take on debt trick is not a very significant disadvantage. So I'm currently doing a Sweden run, and I never realized it makes a massive difference. It does make a pretty big difference. Could we ban switching during revs to make sure this situation never happened? This situation still would have happened because Russia joined the revs side first, and so we would have had a very similar situation. The thing is that revolutions are in the game. In general, we want to have as few rules possible in the rule set, and if you lose a revolution in terms of vanilla, you don't get to play as the other side. You just get annexed. And this is, without having enormously good reasons, we want to keep it as ruleless as possible. And the big reason here is that it is absolutely catastrophic to lose a country, lose the entirety of the country. That's for just overall score. Maybe we, instead of SC, we want just PTS for points. This is how many league points. We'll put league points instead. That seems fine. So this is how many league points will be awarded. These games are worth 25% more league points, but I do think losing a rev should be like catastrophically bad for your team. I'm just not sure it's just completely bricking it is appropriately catastrophically bad. But we had Russia release and play as Lithuania, and USA release and play as California in games where they were about to lose a rev, so they played as these, and this is how we handled it before. And then after that, I had the discussion. I was like, I think this is too harsh. I think a 50% penalty might be appropriate. 35% is also an enormous penalty, for what is, I think, a pretty big deal. I also think Team 1 or Team 3 made a Diplo mistake here. And I think that the Diplo mistake was they should have tried to negotiate with Team 2 over this rev and tried to get something a little bit more equitable, let's say. I don't know. Or not necessarily equitable, but and perhaps both teams could have made something out of this, right? Because you could have negotiated a really good agreement for your team as well. EIC cranking up really, really well. 82 million GDP. One of the huge advantages of EIC is you get all these internals you can just annex over the course of time for not a lot of infamy. You see they've already annexed Hybridad, which is the biggest one. They do have a bit more over here to work through, but since their capital's in Delhi, I imagine that they want to keep this absolute madness right here as a sort of buffer and gonna go for Nagpur, Orissa, Bastar, Mysore, Travancore, these types of ones. Wait, is anyone colonizing? We got these two colonizing, and we have what looks like a war between the UK and France. So once this breaks out, we will slow down the game a little bit. And France, I don't know if I like the idea of Team 1 and 3 fighting each other. I don't know what this is about. I don't know when UK joined as well, but there should have been a pause. Tired Star hitting us with the pause, though. Good looking out. That is the Russia player, which their team's not even involved in this war. So let's see if they have another, no, I think he was just pausing for them, so this is fine. They do know they're on opposite sides of the war, hopefully have this sort of idea. But I don't think Team 1 and 3 should be fighting right now. I think that this is not good. There aren't any war goals, so I maybe they could work out some sort of neutral sort of situation. Now we're seeing Team 3 going after Mexico, and I think it's important to emphasize, look at this. This is 5 million GDP here. This is 2 here. This is going to be the combined 2 of these for 3.5. There's quite a bit of GDP on the table for Team 3 still. I really think that teams are undergoing after Qing, though, given, the sheer amount of GDP that these provinces give. I think this should be quite a bit more of a priority. I mean, it even gives you just a big chunk of minting, even if you're not making use of the land too well. Prussia should have joined against France for the purposes of a truce, or what? I'm not sure I understand what in particular that they should have joined on that for. I mean, I think if Team 2 would rather just not mix it up with any player, generally speaking. Although, I mean, if they want to try and dogpile, and if Team 1 and 2, from a meta perspective, right? Team 2, with Paul on it as Prussia, might just want to cement his lead, and if that's the case, kicking Team 3 repeatedly while they're down is a reasonable thing to go for, because that's the kind of the person who's much closer to catching you. And so, yeah, it's an opportunity for 2 to beat up and keep down Team 1. This is fair. I think that if Paul is going to align himself with anyone, or if Team 2 is going to align themselves with anyone, it's more reasonable to align themselves with Team 1 to keep down Team 3. For the purpose of stopping France from snowballing. Puppet Belgium, French war reps. Is this a PvP war? Oh, looks like UK kind of bowed out. Anyways, so this is not too big a deal. We have the annex here. This is Argentina versus Guarana, which is kind of a nothing burger. Looks like we don't really have any active diplomatic plays. We do have, I assume this is a Dominion or subjugate Persia. Yeah, it is. Japan is not involved in anything. Qing is, well, just going to keep Lanfang together. I think this is fine, though, for Japan. He's about to get also a big chunk of GDP from Korea. And I think that, for the most part, people will be feeling bad for him. And so, you know, these will be decent chunks that he's kind of eating. Alrighty, then. Sorry, Team 1. Oh, okay, yeah. But overall, we're seeing some pretty mellow stuff here. I suppose we could kind of check out some of the economies. So I'm curious where it looks like someone's building up. Generally, Joey runs a really nice economy. So why don't we take a look at him? Although I disagree with him on some things. Namely, the usefulness of interventionism. Let's see if he's on it. Oh, what is this? What? Why do you go laissez-faire if he thinks interventionism's best? What is this? But still hasn't gotten... Wait, how do you have... What? How do you have traditionalism and LF? So we might have seen a regime change war that we missed, which is possible. Tver looks like hitting the economy scale bonus here in Tver and then building elsewhere, which I think is a strong strategy, and building up to economies of scale on the iron mines. If we scroll down, we might be able to see any edicts. We have seen no edicts there, no edicts there. Let's see, are you building in Moscow or Ingria? I don't see any edicts. But in particular, Russia has an enormous advantage because wood is just about the best thing in the game, and they have these massive positive wood modifiers. And you look, only has, we're getting 10% from rural folk, 20% from taiga, 20% from economies of scale, so that's 50% throughput. So every building he builds is like an extra 50% of the building. So you have both when you're trying to pass the law. Yeah, but you shouldn't be able to... maybe it was just bugged out. Because now I see... well, the problem was he had... oh, okay, I get you. Yep. But he was... then that means he passed laissez-faire here. I thought interventionism was best. What is LP? It is league points. So the league point is derived by multiplying the growth times the percent growth, divided in order to get like kind of a floating score, and that floating score, proportionally, all the league points are distributed to the players based on their score. So since Team 2 has quite a lot of nominal growth and percentage growth, they're out in front in league points. Not expecting them to maintain that plus 13 status though. In fact, we could even take a little bit of an update because the players are not engaged in too much PvP action. Kind of disappointed to not see going after Orania Transvaal, but the classic expansion of Peru-Bolivia has been made. USA is just kind of sticking in there. I do think that the players are really undergoing for Great Qing here because they do have the most valuable provinces that are not player-controlled. Like, the entire GDP of Persia, like, if you annex Persia, this is 4 million GDP. Now, there's quite a lot of resources here, but I don't think we'll reach a phase in the game where you can make use of all the resources. And if you just take a look at, let's say, this province, Fujian, 5 million GDP, and then into Jiangxi, 8 million GDP. So just this one route is like 15 million GDP, and the name of the game is GDP. Perhaps there should be a different scoring system because long-term taking Persia is better, I think. Yeah. Focusing on construction in real time would be a hassle. It is a huge hassle. Don't blame him for going laissez-faire, to be honest. Well, I don't think it's... I think it's because laissez-faire is better. There, I said it. I think that's why he went laissez-faire. I think he's realized the truth, that is, laissez-faire is better than interventionism, and we're seeing the consequences of that truth. So why don't we take a little bit of a score update, because the years have advanced a little bit. We are starting to approach, you know, a decent... We've actually just made it quite a bit. We've had no performance issues. France is up so much GDP from last check-in. So they were 38 last check-in. Now they're 52.7. So they're cranking up. Let's take a look at Austria here. Austria was 21 last session. Now they're 38.8. So Austria's hugely cranked up. And then Spain was 17.1 last session. And now they're 15.5, so huge growth here for this Team 1. And now you see the league points sharply adjust. Of course, we need to put in the other teams. Like 50% growth, 66.6, up from 46 for Russia. Only expecting that to get bigger. Russia's in such a good spot right now, getting on both homesteading and laissez-faire. And this is the critical reason why Russia kind of suffers, and now they're not suffering anymore. Prussia hasn't North German fed it yet, but they're down GDP. They're down like 5 million GDP. I don't know what the cause of this is, but they're at 19.8. I guess we've seen the GDP kind of be a little bit volatile, so this might be a bug in terms of viewing. And EIC is up 21 million GDP here from last check-in to 85.2. And so now we see the numbers start to adjust. Let's take a look at the UK. UK is up around 15 million from 29 flat to 43.6, which is pretty good. Then we see you know, USA is down, is up to 29.9. Am I misreading something? Am I just reading population instead of GDP? No, I don't know why Prussia fell off so hard. That's a mystery to me. Oh, because they lost this. This was given back. And then Japan, we have to do some math. So we are going to do the value 20.3 minus the starting GDP, 12.7, times 0.65, because they have a 35% penalty, plus the starting GDP of 12.7, in order to get 17.6, which is up 2 million, but this is going to be the score that they're giving. And so now we have kind of an updated league score points where, you know, it's not as much looking like one team is running away with the game as much in this state of affairs. We do have the duel event, and we will, of course, post this to the players so that they can adjust their strategies accordingly. But we are moving at a pretty solid clip here without too much pauses, too much speed 3 from a PvP war, and so, you know, things are adjusting, and, you know, it's starting to look much more even between teams 1 and 2, which is going to be good for them. Focusing on construction. Oh shit! I'm not sure what you're oh-shitting, because I was attending to the adjusted scores. If you mean the catch-up from Team 1, yeah, we hadn't played that deep, so like a lot of growth had not yet been realized. Paul has incentive to keep Team 3 down, yes, as much as possible, but the rest of Paul's team simply want to win the game instead. Do you think that could cause inter-team conflict? Perhaps. I have the feeling that the players in general are not necessarily that cutthroat. Prussia owned Bengal before. Yeah, this was it. And I was confused before, but this is a source of both enormous growth from them early on, and also you know, loss. Now, we'll let them know that that's with penalty. Looks like, for a split second, I saw someone in Team 1's chat, which means that perhaps there's some negotiation going on between Teams 1 and 3. Currently, I love that I can just click the UK to kind of see what wars are going on globally, because they have interests almost everywhere. We're seeing annex Portugal. I think this is a mistake. If you just wait a little bit, you can click Form Iberia. And so this seems... I'm not a fan of this. Also, the UK joined on the other side for independence. So this, I think that this is hyper risky, but right. And so if they joined on the other side, we're going to first of all slow down the game, and then also give a warning. But I'm not sure that this is what you want to be doing. And Team 1 and Team 3 are like kind of fighting each other here with this. And we see subjugate Brazil. This is super risky. I don't like this. And the reason is not that it's not a good subjugation, but they are very likely to... If they at any point in the war, they pop up to major power, which is fairly likely. This bricks the war, and you just accrue the infamy anyways, so I don't like this. Hey, Magwell, how's it going? Hello.
Can we go speed 4? The war between Spain and Great Britain isn't an actual war. They're just standing there. Alright, thanks.
Is it, like, officially not an actual war, or...?
So, we're just gonna white peace. The thing is, Portugal is the war leader, so we can't do that right now.
Got it. Oh, because they were called out because of the defensive pact? Is that it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Then
we're not pushing or anything.
Disregard the warning, then.
Okay, thanks.
My bad for not understanding the game better. But that actually makes a lot of sense. I don't think teams 1 and 3 should really be looking to fight each other. Why didn't EIC collapse? So you can choose not to collapse, and also they didn't incur the penalty because they became a subject of Russia. You see their protectorate. As long as you're a subject before unpause occurs, you do not get the collapse penalty, and so which is a whole bunch of turmoil, right? And it doesn't matter who you're a subject of, and so this means that Russia, France, and the UK, all of whom have a starting interest shared with EIC, if I recall correctly, can all be kind of the overlord of the EIC to kind of prevent this collapse. You like EIC and Russia working together with Team 3 to take down Team 1 while Prussia's trying to take Team 3 down? That would be juicy drama. Well, Team 1 was... Before the update, Team 1 was the scary one. They owe an obligation to... I don't know what that's about, why obligation's a thing. But they were the scary ones before the UK got cut down to size. But now, like, the advantage of the UK is completely gone as a pick. UK is vulnerable, Japan is vulnerable, USA is not as vulnerable, and USA is probably going to have to carry the team in terms of country, not necessarily player. Is Russia able to turn down USA's offer to buy Alaska? I'm not sure. But I believe they need good relations, so you could just damage relations. I assume that they can. Also, what is your opinion available? Do you know? When is that option available? It requires they have good relations, so you can just break the good relations. Would be interesting to see if people go for this land. It's territory rich, but it's not very GDP rich. The GDP rich territory is in fact in Qing, and they only have truces with USA Japan. So I think the players are kind of missing a little bit, you know, in terms of what they should be or where they should be focused. Also, war reps from Qing really allow you to do a lot of construction. And so the combination of taking a single province in war reps or taking multiple provinces in war reps is something that the players should be doing on cooldown, and they're not doing it. Is it work with Customs Union or only Protectorate and Puppet? I think it has to be a Protectorate or Puppet or Dominion. It has to be before you unpause. So I'm not sure, and you can't back down before unpause, so I think it actually has to be a Protectorate specifically. I believe this is the only way to prevent this collapse from occurring. let's kind of cruise through some of the teams and see what wars they're involved in. So we see France is annexing Mascara, and so they'll get a nice little chunk of thing. They're being very on theme with the RP. Still think they should be in Shang here, but maybe they'll do that after. Austria's got no plays. Spain is, I'm guessing, finishing up this annex Portugal thing. And I don't know why they put this in, but I'm guessing that this player, they just are going to, this has been proposed, they just need the UK to accept. I assume the UK accepts. The UK is not landing them, they're not pushing, they're just, you know, kind of fine with this state of affairs, which is fine. We see Prussia isn't involved in a play. They are starting to reach, we're starting to reach a point where Prussia will probably be able to North German Fed soon, but not be able to, well, I forget, do you have to fight Austria, the North German Fed? I can't remember. If they can't, there's no way at this point in time that, I think it's a tough sell for Prussia to try and get them. But if we look at customs unions, we can kind of see what's going on here. It's very important that they don't lose Hessen-Kassel, but you can also, oh, we see Austria drop the ball with Bavaria here. Interesting. Okay. So that's kind of what's going on with them. Russia, pretty big crank up. Let's see. Let's actually take a look. Let's take a look at maybe what people's economies look like. So I think building talent, yeah, you see people hitting economy scale, encouraging resource industry here in Lancashire. Definitely a very strong way to go. There's, I assume, I guess they're pushing tall here with other stuff. Maybe want to build the unis to 21, but have they deleted these unis? Aw, shame. They should have those unis elsewhere for the throughput and the decreased cost. But overall, it's fine. You have to fight Austria in 1.3? Okay. France, I think that their best place, if I recall correctly, to build tall is Alsace-Lorraine. But they might, Rhone is going to be really good in 1.5, and they are encouraging resources in Rhone, and they're going for it in Rhone, so this seems fine and pretty good. Rhone is much better in 1.5 with local goods price changes, and so yeah. So that's France, the UK, USA, let's see what they're up to. Maybe they're focusing in Pennsylvania. Doesn't look it. Are they building tall in New York? Any edicts? We see road maintenance encourage resource industries. That's a little interesting. But we do see the level 20 logging camp kind of come up. And so I'm guessing they're going to transition as a sort of thing. Are they encouraging manufacturing anywhere else? No. They do have the unis in the capital for the increased Intelligentsia clout. That bonus that you get from the capital. And so this is kind of what they're doing there. I really wish I knew where Engen was building tall. He did a really good job. His GDP is going pretty well, and he did a really good job before. Why don't we just sort by production? Oop, gotta come here. Oh, he is in, he's in Russia's market. So Russia is taking over the resources here, which makes sense because they have really good modifiers, and he's handling other stuff in the economy. And so we see that. We see Silesia is getting focused on. France is also building up here in terms of like what's going on with they're building a lot of iron here in France. France is also probably building the iron for Spain, who's in their market. Austria doesn't look like they're focusing their economy anywhere, so that's probably, yeah, it looks like they're expanding everywhere. Why don't we take a look at the chops, kind of where people are building these. We see there's definitely a focus in Tver. They built Joey built up to level 21. I'm assuming he's building multiple places up to 21. This is, oh, we got to look at not, oh, this is production. So we also see focus in Sichuan, Yunnan, and if I recall correctly, is it maybe Hunan has really high logging potential levels. It's Guizhou has the level 26, but Sichuan can be a good place to build the logging early. Do we see, oh well, this isn't even a player we're looking at, never mind, just kidding, didn't mean any of it. Looks like we do see a swap to, this is the other flag, which indicates, let's see, what have we swapped to? Is that just when you go, yeah, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, which is pretty good. Let's take maybe a little bit of a poll. Who wins the session? Obviously, Team 2 is out in front, but if we see a timely kneecapping of them right before the session ends, this will be pretty good for Team 1. We're also seeing, you know, the USA starting to get some of their annexes off. In particular, the USA relatively long term is looking pretty good, but I still think Team 2 is probably in the best shape for this. But I think you can make an argument for Team 1 because we've seen a lot of like very late kneecappings. We have about an hour and a half left in the session, right? And man, we're flying because this will be the deepest game we've ever gotten. We haven't crashed once. Performance has been fantastic. And looks like Russia's gone after Oman. Looks like we do have whatever this is, the Misri Uprising. Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. And so, yeah, this is going to be... Looks like chat thinks it's Team 2 pretty overwhelmingly, though. And I am inclined to agree. I did think that this was the strongest draft as well, overall. I think Russia is particularly... Ooh! We see... Now, they didn't join a war, so you don't have to pause, but we do see a war for German leadership. And at the same time, we see this UK... very, very dangerous revolution we have kind of dropping in. Now, I'm curious to see if anyone's going to interfere in this rev, or if, you know, what happens, this sort of thing. There is a 70% escalation clause. If you join, you do have to put in, but this is going to be, why don't we get rid of the poll there, and so we can kind of take a look. This is going to be a spicy one. It'll be curious to see, so... Prussia's declaring on Austria here, which to me is a little bit confusing because I expect it will be difficult. We see a pause by Tired Star, who is the Russia player. I'm assuming he has joined a play, and this is why he is pausing. I don't see him anywhere in here, and I don't see him in here, so I'm not sure exactly what that pause was about, but there's very clearly, you know, a conflict that is going to... Austrian Schleswig-Holstein. Oh, they sniped it? That's kind of amusing. That they had sniped this earlier, but the UK has revved, which is very dangerous because we will see... Now, you can't join after 70% escalation, but we might see... there we go, there's the spicy join. You got Tired Star in the game. He's gonna spice it up. We are going to pause for him because there has been a join on a war. The UK did rev, and we do see the Tired Star pre-70% escalation. And so, do you think it's a sound strategy to only have one GP per team for debt purposes, but keep their other two, if possible, majors? Yes, I think that would be good. And looks like we see some sort of backing down, and we see the North German Fed formed. I don't know how you give this agreement away, you know, to this team. Unless, did they hold... Wait a sec. So Prussia, Austria backs down here. That's France, Austria, Spain. So Team 1 is helping Team 2. And at the same time, Team 2 is bricking Team 3. It looks like we see some shenanigans from, like, metagame level shenanigans. We do see the USA join. Once you switch sides, you can't swap back. So if UK swaps sides, then Russia... well, they could just swap sides to the religious revolt. But it looks like they're planning on fighting this. When did this happen? Tired Star is gonna brick Lakagar too. The truth hurts. He is, we played one, like, friendly RP game, and he just bricked the shit out of what I was doing. So, and he is also, he was the Burgundy player in the Divergences game, and also just, like, out the gate, hyper aggressive. And, not surprised to see him, sticking some fingers in some pies here. Also, he might just abandon this religious revolt, and it looks like we're gonna see, yeah, the UK is switching sides here, almost assuredly. Yeah, Laka Gagar has switched sides, and then Laka Gagar is going to fight it on the side of the religious revolt, which is going to be, this is dangerous, right? Because I assume a lot of the military is here. He's going to fight on the side of the religious revolt in order to try and avoid the brick. Or the 35% penalty, because we're going to run it the same way. We're going to increase the speed back up, because there is no PvP war as far as I can tell currently. But that is some heavy-handedness. Revving is very, very, very dangerous, you know, in the 3v3, because you can have that done to him. And like, it's just Tired Star doing it all by himself, and he's just slinging some dick, you know what I mean? The UK has really been going through it again. Yeah, the UK has been, it looks like he's in okay shape, you know, and is overall winning this, and he's going to be able to like land a whole bunch behind and like micro this out pretty well in my opinion. But this is quite a time. Probably will take a score update when the UK finishes up with this, or maybe we'll just do them last. In terms of the score update, I think I like that idea. We will get an updated score while kind of looking on. I don't think there's any PvP conflict, and I think that quite a few years have passed since our last score update, and so we will take the score update if we can. Oop. I'll try and get a decent looking map here. I have a hard time imagining they somehow lose that though. But we'll kind of take a look. France, last check-in was at 52 million and is now at 66 flat. Austria, last check-in was in 38.8, now they're at 40.3. I really don't know the logic behind just letting Prussia form here, but I'm guessing they negotiate. Wow, Spain's up a whole lot after annexing Portugal. They're up from 15 million to 25.2. I still think they should have done it through other means, because you can form it kind of for free by forming Iberia, but fair enough. We see Russia up from 66, up 9 million to 75.5. Representing the laissez-faire being the best kind of thing. We see Prussia get to the formation on North German Fed, and instead of 19.8, they're at 37 flat, which is quite a big come up. And EIC, which has been cranking along pretty solidly, up 14 million from 85.2 to 98.5. Kiss FM or whatever. Okay, the UK is still in it on the Rev, so we'll get the USA score of 41, which is up around 12 million, so this is pretty solid, very solid actually. And then we'll have Japan, which we have to do math for, is 21.1, so up about 1 million from this. So we'll do 21.1 minus their starting 12.7 times 0.65 for their penalty, plus 12.7 for a score of 18.6, which is up about 500,000 in terms of score. Really kind of struggling here is Japan. And then finally, we do need to take into account the UK, but the UK is currently occupied. So we'll actually not update the UK's score right now, and we'll just give them this score. I assume the UK's GDP is higher, but or has it? It's just been 20 minutes. Maybe we don't. We're not going to inform the players. We're going to wait, but just know that the scores have. Actually, let's just let the players know. We're going to let the players know. I lied. I lied through my teeth. I did it. So kind of similar looking score, where yeah, it's relatively similar to the last session. So maybe last update. So it's not too important, but yeah, the UK has been going through a bit of a time here, and overall, you know, Team 2 is looking really nice. I really do think EIC has been underappreciated in terms of the game, just like wildly underappreciated. You know, it starts off, they start off with like railway tech, right? They start off with decent tech. They don't have skirmish infantry, so this is perhaps a little bit of a down. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but they have all these interior subjects to annex, which are worth quite a lot. One of their downsides is they don't have really good resource industries, but inside with Russia, because they're sharing a market with Russia, it actually looks fantastic. The reason being is Russia gets to crank up the resource industries, and Russia has Russian taiga forests all over the place, in addition to having Perm, which has, you know, the absolute ballin' iron-like production. Now, they do suffer a construction penalty, and this construction penalty isn't bad, but the iron mine building throughput offsets this, and, you know, you get to supply iron to the EIC in both Perm and Ural. I'm not sure he's building in Ural. It looks like he's pushing the Ural to 21 as well here. And so, you know, this is kind of, what's good? Man, you got to form Germany too. Just absolutely, yeah. This is a time, we're in a place, this sort of thing. And let's take a look at how things are going. So let's go through Team 1 first. We see France is still cleaning up North Africa. Would still really love to see them go after, you know, Great Qing instead. But okay, this is fair enough. Oh wait, Joey's not playing. What am I thinking? Joey's just played Russia a couple times. I said Joey was on Russia. It's Tired Star on Russia. Joey's on France. Let's see if he's interventionism. He has to be interventionism. I misspoke. Yeah, he's on interventionism. He's up to he's doing his thing. And he's, subbing these babies. Yep, the classic. But he is providing the resources to here. But he is going for the North Africa push here as France. I think I've seen Joey play Russia too many times. But he is not playing as Russia. Austria is not involved in play. Wait, why is this the Portuguese revolt? Portuguese secession. All right, fair enough. But that's kind of that team. Prussia has obviously formed the North German Fed, and now they're still chilling. Would love to see them actually go after Qing now, right? Because you have to keep the low infamy in order to form this North German Fed. But now he's free to do what he wants. East India Company really not having a lot of yeah, you don't want to float this low in infamy. They should go for, you know, Chinese provinces and then restart annexing. You know, if you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. But maybe there's some sort of gentleman's agreement not to go for Qing here between the players, or some sort of explicit agreement. I guess I could check my Discord here and see if anyone has DM'd me an agreement. Nope, no one has. And so that is a bit interesting. Okay, let's check the UK, and Russia I think is doing fine. Russia is notably, they got laissez-faire and homesteading. I think this is one of the biggest reasons why Russia suffers early on. They have enormous pop, and they have European tech at the start, and they have some of the best resource industries. So I think Russia is kind of poised to, like, really take off. And I mean, Team 2 just looks really good. I think Russia and EIC have enormous growth potential in general. Them in the same market together looks even better. And Germany's already realized their growth potential, right? You start out with 12, they're at 4x from the start. And so, yeah. And then finally we have USA, UK, Japan. You know, USA is having a pretty solid come up as well overall. Did annex Mexico. Would not be surprised to see them annex, Peru, Bolivia. And we have, colonization rights, this sort of stuff, etc. Mostly, etc. That's an ugly frontage. Wow, they just have like 3 fronts. That's kind of whack. But they are going for Peru, Bolivia here. Notably, this is before La Paz has gotten buffed. And so I actually kind of would rather they don't annex Peru, Bolivia this quickly, because they will send a lot of pops to La Paz. But this is perhaps not the worst deal, or not the worst thing in the world. And UK has been going through a time. They do have 34 million GDP, and so let's kind of take a look. This, of course, is the revolution tree, but if we take a look at what they had before, the UK was at 43 before, so the wow, are they really down 10 million GDP from the rev? We see a pause from a 1, though, and so, you know, Japan's doing Japan things, but let's... Did they annex? No, they didn't. But let's see what this pause from a 1 is about. You are supposed to pause if you join a play against a player. I do not see a play, and so we will have a look-ski and then ask what it's about.
Uno, you good?
May I inquire as to what the pause is about?
Oh, homie, I think he said he had to go take a shit. I don't know what was going on.
He has to take a shit.
I don't know why he... I don't remember.
So who's going?
He had to go do. He said he had to go do something really quick.
All right. In that case, I'm gonna give everyone a bathroom break. So.
All right.
3-minute break. And because I need to piss too, so that's kind of.
Sure.
All right.
I'll go back to my chat then.
Alrighty.
And if he's not back in 3 minutes, then. Well.
Very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I mean. Yeah,
It is what it is.
Yeah, need more information. But I'm gonna take a leak as well. And I'm gonna play the sweet, sweet sound of an ad for chat. If you're in chat, feel free to... Ooh, actually, get out of your guys' void. Yeah. If you're in chat, feel free to take a piss, because we've been going quite a while. That's what I'm gonna do. We'll be right back in 3 minutes with some more stuff.
Why the 3-minute break? Just in general? What happened? Oh, thank you, is AFK. Yeah, he's AFK, let's go back.
Alright. My voice is back, though my body is still missing. Alright. Could also maybe see if a 1 is back as well. Hello?
Hello.
So is a 1 back? Alright, I think I hear him. So we're gonna keep paused for another minute if he's back.
Yeah. I need to go.
You need to go?
No, just go for like 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I gave everyone a 3-minute break.
That's why I paused, because
Yeah,
that was
that
going
makes
to take like 2 minutes. I really don't know what I should be doing.
Growing your GDP.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, but I'm losing if I launch my construction.
Alright. What everyone should be doing is, in fact, going for China. If he was playing Russia, then Ethiopia would be green. Yeah, facts. The classic. But it's not blue. Maybe that's why I didn't understand. I actually can't with Anchorage Points bug. It's ruining too many of your games you're gonna stream. It's really annoying. It's extremely annoying. We'll give him another like 15 or so seconds, and then we will. UK has fallen off. Yeah, UK is in such big trouble. Speed piss action. I'm pissing as fast as I can, guys. It's hard out here when you're trying to piss. So, yeah, I mean, Team 2 here is, like, really got a very commanding position. And as far as I can tell, I can't tell... Well, players haven't been getting involved in huge wars. Maybe they're trying to organize a kneecapping of Team 2, but I especially expect TS to be pretty active, although in terms of this sort of negotiation. But I fear maybe I could see if you know, getting rev blocked or rev bricked is in fact perhaps a little bit hard on his mental. You know, I would be annoyed about it, and if he is annoyed and this is causing him to not see as much Diplo that he could be doing, maybe this is an aspect. He does have, you know, his two teammates with both Tim and Lakagagar, and Tim is one of the stronger players, I think. Tim being the USA player, and so, you know, I mean, these guys are playing him for a lot. They're playing for the opportunity to buy themselves a candy bar, and it's, you gotta lock it up. What is this? Great Britain, we get the new flag, and they're annexing Dutch East Indies and puppeting the Philippines. They do have to watch, well, actually, since they rev and swap sides, when you rev and swap sides, you reset your infamy. And so, I mean, they got a ton of infamy just now going for Philippines in this. Why was the Philippines released from Spain at all? I'm a little confused when that happened. I forgot. But this is, I mean, it looks like it's the Japanese Empire, but it's in fact just the British Empire. You mean it's all the British Empire? Always has been. We are seeing annexation of Jaipur, however it's pronounced. Which of course is going to be, you know, this is a big source of like steady growth. You know, you see all the, like if we hover this tooltip, right, you see all the little hitches. This is every time you've annexed a little guy, and you get to do it at really low infamy. Of course, he's actually sitting at too low of infamy. I would have liked to have seen, again, going for a Qing province and then switching back. That way you're always getting your infamy decay, because he will probably not be able to start a war before his infamy hits 0. And, you know, this is a huge source of GDP growth. I mean, is Team 2 just kind of chilling? Other than that, we have the EIC, but Russia's notorious. I guess they may be waiting for Persia. They're not, I mean, they annexed all the Russian subjects here. They don't have a truce with Qing anymore. They're actually improving relations, or Qing's improving. Ah, here we go. Conquer Ili? Don't like this. I don't like this as your primary. But I do like just going after Qing in general. I think this is part of your Russia thing. I think Ili's over here. Yeah, it is. So it's part of your journal entry. Would have preferred to see, you know, a much more higher GDP province gone for by Tired Star. Here, who is of course the aggression player, the true heir to the thing. We're gonna let the players know that there's a 1 hour warning. We will be going for another hour remaining. And why don't we update the GDPs, because there is exactly 1 hour remaining. And so this is going to be the critical period, and it is perhaps the plan of teams 1 and 3. I think this is eminently reasonable. If teams 1 and 3 want to wait until kind of really a little bit later on before trying to kneecap team 2. So let's get an updated GDP. We're up at around 11 million on France. So Joey is ecoing up. He generally does a pretty good job of it, despite using interventionism, and he's up to 77 million. So I mean, maybe he's truly the strongest player using interventionism. It's like wearing weights. Austria's up to 47 million. 47.8, so up about 7 million, and Spain is up to 30 million from 25, so 30.1 million. Now Russia here is up to 77.7 for a modest gain of 2 million. So not the strongest. And you can see Russia started with, like France's growth relative to Russia is a little bit surprising because Russia has a ton of the wood available and is on laissez-faire. Maybe I was wrong about the whole thing. German Empire has been formed. So Prussia's gone from 37 million to 49.4. And the EIC... Do you see EIC is up around 3 million to 101 million. And now they've lost a decimal entirely. 101. Now we have the UK, which last check-in, which was 2 check-ins ago, because the Rev, was at 43 million. Looks like some stuff has gotten deleted, and now they're down to 40.9. So their updated score is even lower, and so this is not ideal. They are getting carried a little bit by the US, which has some of the best GDP growth percentage. Currently, the best GDP growth percentage is Prussia, followed by with 408%, followed by Spain with 313%, then France with 271%, and then the USA here. Before the update, though, let's actually see them after I update because of brain. So the updated USA is 253% growth, which puts them, you know, in a pretty solid growth. After that, it's Russia with 200% growth, or Austria and Russia with a little middling 200% growth, and then kind of in last place is both EIC has 195%, but they started really big, and then Japan is kind of in last place with 146%, but that is in large part, or in some part, due to the penalty, although their GDP has not grown very much since we have last done a little bit of a check-in. So we of course have to do math. So 20.9 minus 12.7, I'm never going to forget it's 12.7, times 0.65 because they have a penalty, plus 12.7 equals 18 flat. So they've actually gone down in GDP, but kind of expecting them to annex Korea before the end of the session. And so we have what looks like a very, very strong performance. And if this is... I mean, Joey can actually get second place if Team 3 has a really poor showing, and, you know, Team 1 has a very strong... if Team 3 has a really poor showing, and Team 1 has, you know, a strong enough showing, we can actually see, you know, Joey climb his way back up to being, you know, in a strong placement. We also might see someone overtake Joey for third from... you know, one of the other teams. This is also possible because Joey's not way ahead in third place. He's let's see, let's actually take a look at the thing. So hopefully this doesn't mess up the thing, but we see Paul has a score of 30, TS has 25, Joey has 16, Tim, who is on TS's team, has 14, and then the next person here is a 1, who has 9. So that's kind of the current state of things as they stand right now. So Wakanda forever, that's right. What's the steel man position for interventionism? You subsidize growth, but does actually help growth. So the steel man position for interventionism is you subsidize, and it affects equilibrium employment. There's a certain margin where you pay nothing in a subsidy, but you can affect equilibrium employment in a favorable way. And I believe this affects your, like, you pay like slightly less for labor, you get slightly better margins. There's something like this. That's kind of the steelman argument as far as I know. But it also helps you, in a multiplayer situation, dump growth or dump goods. I mean, in 1.5 everything changes and I think it gets much worse. I think. I'm not sure. I have to think through 1.5. I'm not talking about 1.5 here. But it lets you dump goods into another person's market as well and push economies of scale and this sort of stuff and hurt their stuff. Except for it's not a zero-sum hurt because there's 3 teams. I think there's a lot more argument if it's a 1v1, like 3v3, just a 2-team situation, because you being able to dump goods is maybe a good thing. But, I mean, if Joey wins, we'll have him on the podcast and ask him what's up, I suppose. You really be slipping the laissez-faire snipes in whenever you can get it. Yeah, you know, I don't think it's close. I think laissez-faire is just, on this patch, I think 1.5 I need to reevaluate. Was this played on 1.5 patch? No, this is 1.3.6. This is the finals for the 1.3.6 season. How do they go down in GDP? Well, if the prices of their goods are affected negatively, if they have, you know, significant unemployment because all their pops died in the revolution or migrated away, you know, to somewhere else or something like this, if they have devastation from, you know, turmoil caused as a result of some of this, if the price of goods goes down, like there's several things that can affect it. 1.3, yeah, 1.5 is not, I'm not ready to do multiplayer on 1.5, probably after the 3-week patch, but hello? Did someone come in? I'm just imagining things. Oh, he probably accidentally joined the wrong chat, okay. Oh, this makes sense. Only did some test runs for local prices. Warfare is brick. Yeah, Warfare is, there's no way we could do, like, Warfare, in this. But we will see if we see any kind of teaming up here after this. They had such a strong opener, but they really weren't playing the long game. Team 3, accruing all that infamy on, specifically, if you can pick one country where accruing too much infamy is really bad on, where getting cut down to size really affects you negatively, it is Great Britain, because you lose all of your subjects. And this means they don't have all the cheap annexes, you know, over the course of, like, later stuff. And looks like we see play for go for Benin. Man, people really like Benin, and I'm not as sold on Benin in general. I mean, it's not bad. It's got a decent amount of coal and iron, but people really like it, seemingly a lot more than me. But the ingress into Transvaal and Orania has been bricked, and it looks like Spain might have been a little bit too slow on getting Transvaal as well, and Japan might be getting Transvaal. So we'll see if Japan manages to pick that up for the juicy gold, which is particularly strong. So yeah, interventionism. I need to. Every time I think about the effects of local prices, it feels like so.
Yeah.
Hey.
Is it legal to use the Civil War to brick Wargles?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
But if you lose the Civil War, you're going to have a 35% penalty or release. Right? Okay. He might have just left. Yeah, you can use it to brick war goals. So, who was that who came in? I don't even know who came in on that. I didn't recognize their voice, so went for Benin as Sweden today. Yeah, people do like the Benin. But as I was saying, the every time you can, as a human beings on average can process 5 plus or minus 2 pieces of information simultaneously at the same time, right? And I feel like whenever I need to think through the effects of local prices, I need to use like 2 pieces of information basically to just try and handle that. You know what I mean? Because it's just trying to process through the effect, and so it makes thinking about anything in regards to local prices significantly harder. And it hasn't clicked so that it just like flows through the brain yet. Whenever I need to think about local prices, so I'm not really sure if interventionism is better, made better by local prices. I'm guessing it's not, because trade is worse, and one of the points is that of subsidies is you can dump into other people's markets. However, you could also subsidize input goods and subsidize the output goods, and then get like a compounding effect, and then try and dump into other people's markets. I don't quite see it. I think Benin overall is less efficient, but there are some countries like Sweden that benefit from Benin's high pop. Benin has like a pop of, or I guess 2 million's not nothing, but like Orania's 1.5. Like I would prefer to see Zulu into Orania, I think, in the general sense. Obviously Zulu's not available, so like I can't knock that here, Marina Kingdom's also a pretty nice one to go for that I don't go for probably as often as I should. If I recall correctly, it does have, yeah, it's around 2 million pops. And has, notably, the 20 wood and the 23 wood are particularly useful. We see a pause from Tired Star. He's probably thumbing someone's pie. We see there is a... So I'm assuming, yeah, there has been a join. And so we see liberate Persia, liberate Ukraine, liberate Poland, and so this is it. This is the sort of situation where we are getting, you know, a bunch of people join in, and this is going to be the 6v3 sort of situation here, which is happening right before the end of the session. They've identified this is the biggest thing that you can put in here, and I'm expecting that this is not the only war. So Russia is getting bricked up, right? What is happening? Is anything happening here? No, so no one's trying to release, I don't know where, so Berlin is the capital, but you could release a bunch of stuff out of here. I think Westphalia and Bavaria would be decent releases. Looks like Paul's not cleaning up the map and left this, but that's fine enough. And so that's 1, 2, and then what is the last one? EIC might get Bengal released, but it looks like they're not going for it. It looks like they're going for the relatively conservative kneecap-only Russia strategy. But this is very, very significant, and I am going to unpause now because it has been quite a bit of time, unless there's... I'm going to actually go check in there as well.
Was
there a reason for keeping the pause longer? If so, I'll repause, but...
No, just
stress.
They started the war and joined against me,
yeah,
and didn't pause either time, so
yeah,
I needed a second.
Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fine. They're supposed to pause, but you also pause like immediately, so... Okay, just checking. So... I started dropping some shade in the Diplo chat as well. Thanks for not pausing again. But he also paused really, really quick here, so there's that. But we are seeing an escalation. It's past 70% escalation here, I think. We see a pause by Paul. What is this pause for? Okay. I'm not sure what that was for. But now, if they get kneecapped sufficiently, this will put Team 1 in the lead. And so this is going to be a big thing. It's helpful to imagine Mappy as transport costs for gameplay purposes. Yes, this is a good way of kind of thinking through it. I think people pick Benin because they get a lot of Benin's high pop for no infamy. Colonization, South Africa area is definitely better though. Yeah. Oh, indeed. Tired Star's thumbs are gonna need a bit of a washing for all of the pie. Yeah, I think it's perhaps not a coincidence that they're going after this and not Bengal, given his behavior throughout the game. It's gonna enter. I think his pies. No generalist point this session. There's no generalist point, unfortunately. I do approve of Tired Star's play. I think that his GDP, I think his eco has maybe not been as good as some of the other ones, but I definitely approve of him thumbing some pies. Definitely significant kneecap to Team 3 over the course of this session. So, you know, yeah, so we're going to need to see some things. But also, we've gotten like 12 years in, and we still have another 45 minutes. So this is also one of the deepest runs we've been able to do as well. And perhaps it's not a coincidence that all the top players seem to have the good computer. Now, is this war started? The war started, so we're going to go to speed 3 here now. As was always the plan. And we have liberate Persia, liberate Ukraine, liberate Poland. This is probably going to get enforced. It's hard to imagine how they... Actually, this is certainly going to get enforced because they didn't have their allies join, and it's just a casual 4v1. So now Spain and Japan are not very strong, but Austria is strong, United States is strong enough, and so we're expecting to see this. Now, Austria is from one team, and Spain's from one team, and then we see USA and Japan from one team, and the top tier, or the first picks from both the teams of UK and France, although UK was picked alongside USA, are staying out of this one. So they might get involved in another play, you know, against like EIC, for instance. This is still a possibility, but also if you're going to 6v3 in general, as a heuristic, you would prefer that your teammates commit more than you, and it'll be interesting to see, you know, if one is mobilizing significantly more than the other, because we see, looks like 91% fully mobilized battalions. There's a lot more potential, but if the USA has, you know, not mobilized too much, is Austria not mobilizing a lot? Mobilizing 86%. And if we see these, like, these players not commit a lot, like, I'm not sure, mobilizing 97% on Spain, mobilizing 91%. So it does look like they are mobilizing all of, at least, their national armies, but aren't conscripting. But in general, you would rather other people pay for the war. But I don't think anyone is being that aggressive with gaming it. But you could if you wanted to. Like, for example, if you just basically sit the war out, you know, this is something that is not entirely unreasonable. But we are seeing failed naval landings, which kind of, I assume they're multi-landing. I saw some battles, so is Russia just very aggressively defending? Now, you can land, like, from so many different spots on Russia, so it's really a bit of a difficulty. Also, not sure why Sakhalin has not been colonized here. A little bit of an oversight by the Japan player. Or is Japan... Yeah, no, he has colonization because he has all of Hokkaido, so a little bit of an oversight there. Also hasn't colonized too much down and around here. Has gotten this, I believe, is maybe colonizing up here, but yeah. You also want to... I would not be surprised if some of these war goals get bricked. I don't know. I believe you can release as a subject Ukraine and Poland before enforcement happens. I don't know if Tired Star is aware of this, but I believe you can release them as a subject. Persia, you can transfer to an ally if you wanted, have an ally declare on you, transfer them. And so when you look at, like, thinking through, okay, well, what can we do about this? The war reps, you're gonna have to pay those. But you can transfer Persia to an ally. You can release Ukraine and Poland as subjects rather than full, like, raw dog releasing them as fully free, if you are aware of some of what you can do. But let's take a look, and maybe, you know, EIC and Prussia and Germany can also fight somewhere, but it looks like they've decided maybe they're not going to do it. And this is rather amusing. Russia's actually getting in on USA, so he's currently doing pretty good in the 1v4. He is notorious. Let's actually take a look at the... I think if we do this, we can see the military, so we can see the battles, and we see that we have 34k or 71k pushing into a 52k in the battle here. This is unfavorable for Russia, but you got a long way to push if you're not going to do the naval landings, and they are just whiffing on the naval landings. But Russia's in over here. Now, there's a good shot that there's a land behind kind of scenario here, but overall, doing pretty good. What is this? This is a rev for the USA, so maybe USA is a little bit distracted. We see a naval invasion here, but it's not enough to, there's not enough multiple landings going in to start getting in on perm, and I think that, I'm not sure if these players are just only trying to land one at a time, or something like this, which isn't how you do it, but they haven't managed to land on Russia. Perm is really deep in if you're trying to push from the Austrian front. Like if you're landing here, then it's only 2 provinces, and it's like, okay, you could do this, especially if there is no. You need to have troops stood down here to immediately catch whatever the landing comes in, which I assume Russia would have. But this is going to be a long push to maybe enforce. And what are the war goals for Russia? I believe it's just release California and American war reps. So they currently can enforce below 0, and if they just decide that, like, look, Russia could actually win this 1v4 if they can't take Russia's cap. Or all the Russian war goals, of which you have to go Persia, Ukraine, Poland. Actually, no, Persia, in the current iteration, the 1.3.4, you have to take capital to release Persia. And so I assume what Russia's got is they've got a ton of navies protecting the coast up here. Let's click this. And if they have a ton of navies protecting the coast up here, and some armies stood down to catch landings as well, they will eventually enforce on USA. And let's see. I mean, like, USA is at, yeah, they are 2.3% exhaustion. They've taken a bunch of casualties. They are not as fully. They have more troops mobilized than Russia and more navy. I'm not sure how Russia's broken up their thing. But Russia is only got minus 1.6 to exhaustion. They have 158 casualties versus 730k available, and they have 50 versus this, but they control 100% of the war goals versus, you know, not half the war goals, but not all the war goals. And so they're decaying faster, and you know, it's a shame that there isn't a generalist point, because if he wins this 1v4, I'm gonna have to ask him how he did it. I want to see Russia's UI, just 20 stacks of 3 flotillas. That's what I think it is. I would like to see it too. That's what I suspect it is. I can't imagine they're not multi-landing here. You know, I mean, you just need to control one little blip of, I mean, he's using some for landings, right? I assume he just keeps relanding California repeatedly, so he always has control over it, so that it can't get bricked. But or he needs to, as this approaches 0, he really needs to be on top of that, because you can, once you enforce him below 0, if it's a player, you just get continual negative enforcement, and so yeah, but. If this is just a stern defense, well, so if this is just a stern defense, I assume we will see the same 6v3 kind of scenario to release Bengal here. And perhaps Hybridad. These are kind of the bigger ones that are releasable. Ooh, I guess Punjab is also releasable, maybe? I'm not sure if Punjab is a releasable. Which score counts as victory now? So they're playing for league points. And so they get an amount that is proportional to their nominal growth times their percentage growth, and LPs stands for league points, and so that's what they are playing for. And so it's the value. There's a total of 16.66 repeating league points available for to be distributed to the teams, and the teams will get an amount that's proportional to their performance. Which means that kicking someone that's really low down even further can be positive. I don't know what we would do if there was negative growth, but we'll figure that out. I mean, I guess we let the math do the mathing. But I mean, it's looking like, it looks like Russia's just gonna win this. This is hilarious. Because, yeah, we're gonna get Cali libs, and, you know, yeah, I mean, none of these landings are taking. They have 4 players in here. They can do a bunch of landings if they want. We're at speed 3. Alright, let's see what France and UK are up to. Looks like France is annexing Belgium. What's the UK up to? Because they're not, involved in a war. Looks like they're just chilling for now. UK is also notably like a shell of their normal. Ooh, we see a big crank up. What's that about? I think before they were at like 30 something. What the hell? I'm so confused. Before they were at 40,000, so they've 40 million, sorry. And so they've cranked up around 17 million. That's nearly a 20 million come up. That's a big deal. Tire Star does pause. So we see, let's take a look at the Diplo. I don't see any, we're gonna take a look here. And we see a German Empire declaring on, France here. We're gonna take an unpause as soon as it runs down. It only has to be 15 seconds. I'm really not gonna bug the players about it being extended too much or this sort of thing, because we do want to move along the pace of play. But we see Germany turn around and deck on France, and I just this has to be some sort of mistake here, right? I don't know what this is about. This just seems like a mistake. This isn't even worth the infamy. Alsace, they're not even built up in Alsace-Lorraine. It's just 14 iron mines. Well, I mean, that's not nothing, but like all of his ecos over here. Like, if you're gonna go for a Zico, go for a Zico, right? This is German pride and hubris here from Paul, who's decidedly German, but I don't know. I don't like this one bit. We're probably gonna see a lot of players joining in on this. Yeah. Reverse Crimean War, basically. I think if there's negative growth and negative LP, the final score should probably be 0 points. Seems most fair to me. Yeah, that's probably true. But, I mean, maybe people should get negative league points. Competitive Victoria 3, intriguing. Yeah, this is perhaps the worst game for competitive play. Now we see another pause by Tire Star. Tire Star is really on top of it with the pauses, but what is he pausing over? I'm guessing it is a join from the EIC, or this is a deck. He has decked the EIC. Wait, how is he decking the EIC if he's involved in a war? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, France decks EIC. They get called in as the Overlord. And we see EIC going for Conquer Brittany. And so really a clap back from, you know, Team 2 just like saying, well, you want some, you can come catch some. And Lib Occitania is going to be one of the bigger ones here. And notably, oh my god, good god. Oh no, this is an offensive war. You can always join against a defensive war, but this is a situation. This is a spicy one. So the USA is going to get enforced on here, which means, I mean, Austria probably wants to join this war with France on their side for the purpose of if they join, you know, this war. Well, now it's past 70% escalation, so now you can't. And so we're going to see North German Fed, or not North German Fed, Germany 1v1 France here, ostensibly. We see a pause from Paul. Has he joined in on a play? So Great Britain has joined France on this play for this conquer. So now it's France, Great Britain, Spain here on this play. And it's going for, the current counter one is Russian war reps. Team 2 is got swagger. Team 2 is going for it all. Paul's looking to lock it up. I mean, that war is like lost, and then we have this war, which is France versus Russia, and this other war, which is Germany versus France. The Germany versus France one is just a 1v1. Did he tuck his capital? No, he's taken Berlin as capital. we see a movement of the capital towards over here, which is fair enough. I do think if they had moved it before to the capital of Occitania, then Occitania is not releasable. But this will be catastrophic because not only is Occitania is just where he. Let's just take a look at the strategic regions. So it releases all of Occitania. Where has he built the most eco? In Rhone. He's also built quite a bit in Burgundy, so that's fair enough. But Rhone has got the absolute most eco, so he should have moved his capital to Rhone, to be honest, because that way, when you release Occitania, Rhone is accepted because it's your capital, so it's not released. But almost all of his eco is here. So if this gets enforced, this is catastrophic for them. We get steel working finally, big nice. And so now. The German one does not have Lib Occitania. Probably should have had Lib Occitania in both wars because it doesn't cost anything extra, right? So probably should have added that in. But also, we have this war escalating and coming in, and this will be Russia and EIC versus France, which is going to be occupied with Germany, so we can kind of discount the France. And so if we think who wins between Great Britain and Spain versus Russia EIC, I'm pretty sure Russia EIC take that. And, it's, kind of not seeing USA get involved in either of these, it seems like a little bit of a miss. And not seeing Austria get involved in either of these other two continued wars seems like a little bit of a miss. And so this seems like a pretty bad mismanagement. And so this is a big deal. Just 230 years till analytic philosophy. We're going to get there, and then we're going to get all the text. It's called playing the long game. Playing the long game here in Go Beer. See that? We'll get philosophy departments soon enough. But this war is... Oh, and we see Japan landing... Ooh, Japan might make some sort of ingress here. I think it's too little too late, though. Oh, is it? What? Hold the phone. Hold the phone here. What's your decay look like? Minus 3.5, minus 1.8. Does that math? That math should put the USA actually enforcing on them in time, in part because Persia has gotten landed. Now, that means they puppeted Persia instead of dominioning Persia, which I think is probably a mistake. Classic aggressive tired star. We'll see if he can hold out. He's got to scrape the bottom of the barrel. I think also... Oh, is he just hemorrhaged the casualties? Yeah, it's just the casualties are really starting to tick up. And the enemy controls 100% of the war goals, which I thought was not possible because I assumed Persia was a dominion. It's not. It's a vassal. And so now they control all the war goals. And so it looks like Russia will actually get enforced on, but France is also going to get enforced on. And so the big winner, if all this happens this way, will be, and looks like USA has finally gotten the landing. That's a nice place to land, considering minimal convoys, as opposed to, well, I mean, I guess convoys either way. But at the when this exchange comes through, assuming that France is going to lose this, which, I mean, maybe they don't even. What do they have in here? Just German war reps, so that all they have to do is occupy any German dirt to get it enforced. And what did these guys want? These guys wanted Alsace-Lorraine, so they got to get capital or this. But if Occitania gets released... Actually, this is the big thing. If Occitania gets released, yes, then it is... we get centralization. Hey, don't want to toot our own horns, but nice to see you. So we get... If Occitania gets libbed, this will be catastrophic for Team 1. If Ukraine gets libbed, this will be really bad for Team 2. And there's no war goals in on Team 3, so suddenly it's become kind of like anyone's sort of game. Japan did come in clutch with the landing here on Persia. Looks like Russia's reoccupying the rear, but this isn't going to be enough. This isn't going to work because the game is stupid, and despite the fact that Russia controls this territory on the coast, Japan still has full access to goods. And also, once you get decayed below 0, you just get the ticking decay. So they are going to get enforced on in this one, which is, a bit... I mean, this is probably the most exciting 3v3v3 we've had. And also, we are getting to play... We're 13 years in right now. We're getting to play pretty deep here. Also going to give players a 25-minute warning, roughly speaking. 25 minutes remaining. But you know, really like the play by a lot of these teams because not only did they decide to dogpile Team 2 or try to, but they did it. Wait, what happened here? What happened? Wait, what? I was looking away. What happened? Why is this status quo? Wait, what is this? Oh, this like changes? No way, dude. No shot. So usually if you're the player and you get enforced below 0, you get ticking no matter what. But this is not the case, it seems, if it's a PvP war. And so now there's no more ticking on Russia because, you know, Japan and Austria-Hungary peaced out. I don't know if they got capitulated, but this means Russia's going to win this war. So Team 2, I think, has locked it in. Now the only question is if France can get eviscerated or not. And I think that this is, yeah. And this is just the first session. Yeah, Japan got enforced. Japan got enforced? Okay, so that breaks up the whole Persia situation. And then Austria-Hungary's, I wonder how they got enforced. Maybe they landed them? Big brain if they landed them. That was insane. And so Russia's fine. And not only is Russia fine, now France is in trouble. Now you're going in for Russian war reps, so it's pretty easy to enforce here. All you have to do is land Alaska, and so France really needs to get the ticking war score going, so they need to try and land Alaska or something or anything. It doesn't matter where. This would be really nice. Maybe it's in Russia's interest to not take Sakhalin for this reason, so it's harder to get a ticking war score, but France is getting dogpiled. They are having to fight Germany 1v1, so no one can help them. They have to dedicate most of the resources to Germany, and they have the allies of Spain and UK to fight off Russia, which is now free of their other fight, and East India Company. And I mean, we could take a look, but if we take a look at East India Company, which has only got one war, 1,500, would love to see USA deck, like, you know, East India Company and try and, like, release Bengal, something like this. They only have 25 minutes remaining. You have to, like, do it now if you want to get the enforcement in, you know. But this is the power projection of 1,500 versus, you know, UK... Or sorry, power projection 1,500, power projection of 1,200, so that's like 2,700 total versus power projection of 700 from the UK, and like 500 from like significantly less, right? 2,700 versus like half that. If you are discounting France, which I think you have to, which has 5k power projection against, you know, the 6.2k of Germany. So this is looking real bad. For them. How did Austria-Hungary get enforced, though? They might have just capitulated. But Austria-Hungary and, like, USA are now, like, sitting out, and I think this is a problem. I think they need to be fighting while these people are occupied. Like, releasing Bengal would be a good one, too. And so, yeah, I don't know what to believe anymore. Me neither. This is, like, you know, Russia came in with the truth belt and smacked the fuck out of, you know, the 4v1 situation they were in, USA, Austria, Hungary, Japan, and Spain. They smacked the fuck out of them. Just came out in the middle of the night with the truth belt, you know? You could smell the truthahol on Tired Star's breath, and he smacked him. And then we have this, and so now Joey's, like, gonna get wrecked. Should have moved the capital to Rhone. This is something that's super easy to overlook, though, and, like, not consider, but he's gonna lose Rhone, which is just such a huge portion of his economy. And so, yeah. Can your war support drop below 0 for any reason other than war goals being occupied? No, they cannot. I feel like I've seen it happen in casualties before, but it can happen if there's no war goals against you. But like also once it ticks below 0, if you're facing the AI gets to enforce on you even if you take the war goal back. Apparently that's not the case in PvP, which is news to me. Casuals can easily do it once they start stacking bodies. Yeah, but you can't pass the 0 threshold, unfortunately. I mean, they really need to rework that system. But looking like France is looking pretty good in both of these wars. But the problem is do they have any German dirt? They don't look like they have any German dirt. If they can't get any German dirt, they will not be able to enforce them below 0. So if we take a look at here, this war goal, we can't enforce below 0. And so France also can't enforce below 0 until they hit the cap. So this is fair enough. I don't think Germany has any overseas territory either that you could just kind of nab, like you can in with the case of France. But with this one, what is the war goals here? So it looks like Russia's going to getting enforced on. So France has managed to get some sort of land somewhere from someone, and France is able to get enforced on with the current state of affairs because the capital or part of Occitania is controlled, Brittany is controlled, and this sort of thing. But I don't know how the hell, France is holding on in this situation here. I just don't know how there's just way more troops. Unless there's, and we see, nothing burger from them. We see a pause by Tired Star. Tired Star is the only one on it with the pauses. And what is going on here? We see, Manchuria, they want to annex Jozan, and he thumbs their pie, and UK is supporting here. Not sure this is necessarily good. You had gotten away kind of scot-free in that 4v1. This might be a little bit of hubris, because they cannot declare on you, right? Because you have truces. You could have just locked it up, and now you're allowing them to lib Manchuria. And for whatever reason, they're not putting lib. Maybe they couldn't get an interest there in time. Lib Ukraine would be ideal, but I think he might be asking for it a little bit. But to be fair, let's look at the power projection of Japan. 600, 900. Oh, I get. Maybe he didn't hit him with the truth and all. He's struggling a little bit with that. Did Russia have any war goals on Japan, Austria? No. But they are trying to thumb. The finger is going in the pie. Looks like it's just this and this. Independence, by the way, is a war goal that you do not need to do anything to enforce. And so so also just to be clear, I think this is also bad because there's really not much Russia can do to prevent this annexation. Because they just get to repeatedly land Korea's capital, and they can't prevent the landing of the capital. So you're just kind of giving them another crack at you here with these two involved. But a little disappointed to not see USA and Austria-Hungary getting involved somewhere here. I think that this is the time. This is the critical period where it's time to do some things. France is not able to get, and they really need to try and get a ticking war score on Germany somehow. But they're also struggling on all fronts, and now they are decaying 2.6 for war exhaustion there, versus the 1.49 of Russia. So we might see. Yeah, we have like 15 minutes remaining in the session. We might go a little over time if the wars are still going, with France and this sort of thing. My God, please keep your pies away from Tired Star, bad lad, basically. Sadly, no generalist point to be had. This is actually just like, this is too aggressive. This is pointless. Because you can't stop them from landing Korea. In 1.5 you might be able to, but right now you can't. And so they're going to guarantee get it. But like the only point of this is just like getting to take another crack at like putting devastation on Japan and the UK. It's not worth it. It's like it's overly aggressive. It doesn't do anything positive for you. So and you also give them a chance to kind of indirectly help out France, whom you are also fighting. So. But France is looks like they got a little bit into Alsace-Lorraine, and looks like France just capitulates there. They want to make sure that this war is not lost. They perhaps should have capitulated against Germany long ago, because France, right? When we consider it from the perspective of it's kind of basically Spain and the UK, and the UK's left versus Russia, EIC. Then it's like, okay, this team looks stronger. But if you consider France in the mix, who has an extremely strong army, right, 4K, then suddenly it doesn't look like that anymore, right? And so I think that this was needed to be done. I think also, you with this war, really release Bengal should have been in here somewhere, and it's not. It's just war reps. Like release Bengal would have been tremendous. Actually, I'm not sure since Russia's the war leader if it's possible, but it would have been preferable. And so now this is kind of the war that remains. We have about 15 minutes to resolve it. I think we're going to get there, so we don't need to worry too much. But are we ticking them below 0? They can get ticked, and Russia cannot be ticked. Paul has paused, and we see Austria-Hungary. Yeah, you got to declare this earlier, man. I don't like... Oh, he's declaring on him. Oh, I see. So while France is busy, he's declaring on Austria-Hungary. Sorry, my mistake. I was under the impression that Austria was getting involved on the German Empire, but instead it's German Empire. Man, Team 2 is out for blood. They're just trying to lock the entire thing up. Now, why are we going for Bohemia here? There's certainly not a lot of eco here. I mean, there's a decent amount, so it's non-zero. We see a pause from a 1. Has someone else joined? I might have to inquire as to the reason behind this pause.
Australia.
Did someone join a war somewhere?
Yeah. Germany declared war on
but
me.
he paused for 30 seconds on it.
And I think Russia is going to join.
Probably, but he'll pause when he joins.
Yeah, I just want to say...
Yeah.
We were winning in the Russian war.
And then you couldn't enforce him.
No, victory just kicked me out of the war for no reason.
It's because your individual war support was,
Which is kind of dumb because we were winning the war.
Yeah, if you want to tell me that the
completely.
war system is absolutely fantastic in Victoria 3, it's got some problems, but...
No, because now Russia would have been crippled, but now it's just kind of death for me.
I understand. Yeah. Yep, we'll talk about it later.
Because if he wins a war, that's kind of not balanced.
Yeah. Alright, so... little bit of I certainly understand it, because he gets enforced on in the war, because there's no war goals on him, and he's suffered enough casualties and got enough ticks that he has to leave the war, and so they end up not being able to enforce on Russia here. And so, yeah. But that is the current state of affairs here. So I don't think this war is going to get finished before the end of the session, this war between Austria and Germany, because we have another 13 minutes remaining. But I think this war might get enforced. Which, this is grim. We're probably just gonna... Actually, we're not gonna wait for the end of this war if it doesn't get enforced. We're just gonna end it 13 minutes. Looks like, yeah, Russia just wanted to get some licks in, but this is almost certainly gonna get enforced, here. But, actually, why are you ticking so much? So the enemy controls 100% of their war goals, sure. Yeah, they're ticking more, though. Yeah, you just gotta get a few more landings in, and you will have your prize. And we see here, can they still be enforced on? They can, but I think France is kicking people out. And it probably won't be too much longer. Classic Vic 3 diplomacy mechanics moment. Yeah, no, I definitely feel bad, but everyone's playing the same game, and so, you could think differently about, like, Austria-Hungary probably should have been the war leader instead of USA, would have probably been preferable, and that's something that you mechanically could have done differently. We see that this is just looking like it's going to be just a classic 1v1, and we see, yep, just a 1v1 here, which there's no way that Austria-Hungary at this point is winning this. Yeah, 2,500 versus, I think, 8k power projection. There's no way they're winning this, and Bohemia, he's not going overboard. Like, so if you went for Hungary, release Hungary as well, this is maybe too much, right? But also they're setting up next session where they're going to have a bunch of truces too. And so maybe this is also part of why you deck Austria-Hungary, and also well, actually, no, this is just a nonsense war. There's no reason to join this war, but you are getting the additional truce with the UK. I guess maybe it's get a truce with the UK on Russia, but yeah, so maybe this is the reason, but I think that this is, yeah, I don't think that, we'll see. We'll see how that shakes out. instead of immediate forced capitulation. It also like would make sense that they turn over the occupied territory instead of just getting deleted. But yeah, it should just give you radicals or something like this. The mechanics aren't very good. We see Russia is starting to get landed by France. So now Russia can be enforced on, and France is enforcing at a pretty good clip. Russia needs to reoccupy the territory. Russia's at minus 4.5. They have enormous casualties accumulated from multiple wars. Definitely no need to have like joined in against Korea. This is a leak. But it looks like Paul is it's looking good for Paul for his opportunity to buy himself a candy bar. The break between sessions will be interesting. I think that there will be arguments and agreements and stuff like this, because they do have time. They have a huge chunk of time to plan and coordinate. And you know what we're gonna do? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna build a logging camp, set ourselves up for next session. You know, really, truly. Hello?
Wait. Sorry, my game crashed.
Okay, who is this?
Sorry. France.
France? Okay.
Yes.
We have a crash and we have 8 minutes remaining, so we might just call it here or extend this session. Huh?
I'm. Can we try it one more time, because the war with me and Russia's about to end. He's ticking down faster than I am.
Yeah, but it ending doesn't hurt. It ending doesn't really.
so.
It doesn't do too much. So I think we're just gonna call everyone in and get org. Okay, so Joey crashed, or let's get someone from team 3. Okay, looks like everyone's in. So Joey on France crashed, and we only have 8 minutes remaining. So by the time we would get something up and going, we would be like out of time anyways. So we can either extend the session by 10 minutes, or we could call it here, whatever players prefer.
We're going to enforce on
I
Korea.
can play 10 seconds because of the Korea War.
Yeah.
So
Also,
here, let's take a vote. End versus extend. I'm not sure with an extra 10 minutes. I'm not sure, or we would make it yeah, like an extra 10, because we have to get to 25. So
Even if we,
it's
not going to finish. The war's not going to finish in 10 minutes.
That's
I
kind
am
of
also.
that's kind of what I think.
Korea is.
And Russia's not going to enforce on France, I don't think. Maybe they will, but it looks really unlikely.
No, they're not.
We'll see.
Really just this game, I don't feel like playing it next session.
Well, that's
because of what happened in Russia, because that's just pain.
Well,
You put in too many war goals.
Yeah, I just got ticked down to infinity for no reason.
Russia is owned by
I have no
because you have no war goals on you is the reason.
Yeah,
I mean,
so I
Russia
just
is
got
losing
ticked
war right
down.
now, to be fair.
We have
Russia is losing both wars.
we have 3 more
Korea's
people to
go-
vote. Yeah, I mean Russia's gonna lose the other one too, because they
Well,
your casualties continue, so your
That's
casualties
fine.
tick
Yeah.
is brutal.
release Mongolia,
Uh,
which he can't do.
To be fair, that war just started, but I'm getting into the Austrian capital right now.
Yeah, but the
Releasing or not releasing Manchuria.
And
I will
we
Guys,
see what
kind of
happens.
ended
guys,
We're
it
getting
early.
Korea.
guys
Okay.
vote and then we'll continue.
No, we're fighting. We're fighting this war regardless. Whether
Someone
the
left
session
the
or not
game.
session, but
France
I'm
left
sure
the
you
game,
will.
I think.
All right, we need
No,
we need 2 more votes. France crashed, and so we're voting
Oh.
whether or not to extend.
it's a
and
crash.
we're just
Okay,
gonna do
okay.
simple majority. We're extending. Okay, everyone go back to your things. We're gonna save and rehost.
All right.
Okay.
What does the extension mean? Do we?
We're gonna
We
extend another
play for
10
10
minutes.
more minutes.
10 more minutes. Okay.
Everyone exit your clients, and then once you join in, do not click anything.
Okay.
So we will pull up this, and I will join a chat and talk to them. Okay, while we reload, I'm going to be in your guys' chat and or going to other chats to kind of give the stream something to talk here while we are setting up.
Okay, first of all, I want to say, considering all the pre-game shit talk about everyone's gonna jump on Germany.
I mean, they didn't make an attempt, so...
Oh, yeah, I was playing really well Diplo with Joey. I'm constantly texting him in the background on my phone.
Smart.
So you don't see it on the stream.
Yeah, I recognize
like,
now
I can
that...
send you a log, like, it's a lot, actually.
I don't get any of the Diplo, but... Or I don't get to see any of the Diplo, but it definitely seems like teams 1 and 3 should have dogpiled you guys earlier, and when they dogpiled, they 4v1'd and then lost.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Which was...
by the way, tell everyone to restart the entire game, otherwise it's not gonna work, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I was constantly texting. I'm still texting Joey in the background, actually. Like, it's constant little chats about, yo, what's your plan? Wanna do this? Like, I'm telling him what we're doing.
Yeah.
And he's telling us what he's doing, and as long as it's overlapping and we're not lying, we're basically trusting each other. You know the game Diplomacy? That's kind of what I'm playing with.
Yeah, Diplomacy is such a good game.
Yeah, that's literally what I'm kind of trying to do with him, but I'm really bad at it. But it's working out. Like, would your team might be from Germany? We can give you something in return as long as it's not too much. And he never asked for something in return.
Yeah, I don't know how you got Austria
was
to...
very giving.
Yeah, I guess. I think that's is perhaps a leap.
But I did talk with Joey a lot about how scary the Emporium team is. A lot.
Yeah, no, that's...
like, he kept telling him
that's
Emporium
definitely what you have to do. You have to just
scary.
sell it as much as possible. The link is up.
And I said really early on, yo, I'm willing to give you a win, but I don't want to be destroyed. And we haven't written anything down.
No, yeah. That's smart because you're super far ahead in league points.
But I'm actually willing, yeah, even if he wins, I'm gonna win at the end as long as Emporium doesn't get too many points.
Yeah.
But I'm actually willing to let him win. Besides him being
Seems
a good
loose.
ally. Nothing to lose. He's a good ally.
Alright.
Or was, until Austria invaded Russia.
Yeah.
But yeah. It's been fun. Surprisingly. Sorry, I talked a lot. Anyone else want to say anything?
That was just hilarious. I mean, 4v1 and I still won. I don't know, pretty good day.
Well, fucking Japan at the game.
Chad also found that funny. I think that
I almost did the same to Britain.
Did you have a bunch of navies patrolling the coast? Or why couldn't they not land you?
Oh, because I kept medium-sized armies, like 10 people on each of my coastal provinces. Just recruited a new guy.
But you weren't patrolling with like 15 navies?
No, they were all doing naval invasions. They couldn't land because they couldn't beat the troops.
Star's playing really good.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I look at his laws, he actually got all the...
Yeah, I saw that too. I think joining
rebellion,
joining the Korea War was a bit loose, but other than that...
Oh, I was just pissed because they dogpiled me. That's it.
No, I mean, fair enough. Because it's like impossible to prevent them from enforcing, nearly.
Well, the thing is, though, is that they put war goals against me, and they're not going to be able to get those. So whether or not he annexes Korea, I guess, is fine.
Yeah,
I'll try and stop it. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm playing the dip game. For example, I offered Joy, but if Austria accepts, I'm just taking Bohemia and not liberating Hungary, just taking Bohemia. So I have a truce with him, and I can focus on other players again.
Yeah, that's why I thought you declared the war, or that's what I had told chat, that it was probably like trying to get a truce.
Yeah, so I'm not even going to liberate Hungary probably.
Who are we waiting on?
If they accept, I'm just gonna take Bohemia. I'm still loading.
Okay. Well, we're waiting on more than you.
This went surprisingly.
Tired Star's in.
Like at the start we said, oh, we are fucked, we have the worst draft order. What are we gonna do? We're not gonna get what we wanted at all.
And
We
get
can't
left.
resign ourselves to being the underdog who maybe gets the win in after we dogpile the.
I don't know if you guys were the
first
underdog.
place.
I thought you guys as.
Oh, but yeah, we thought we were going to be. We thought we were going to be the underdog who has to fight for the first place.
Yeah, you're like
in a
me. I
dogpile.
just get like, I see
But
the phantoms.
then we became the first place and we're getting dogpiled.
Yeah.
I'm still loading. Fuck.
Well, someone is
Oh, yeah.
having a little bit of problems. It seems like, or a couple people are. We have, okay, we have Engen coming in. So we have. And then we have. Are we missing Austria? Was Engen playing Austria? No, we're missing Austria. Who's the Austria player?
Austria.
I'm playing EIC, but I'm stuck on the initializing game screen.
Yeah.
Maybe
Just wait for a
You
bit.
restart your game.
Did you restart?
Yeah, I restarted it.
Yeah, just wait.
Just wait, okay.
Yeah.
It takes a while. But yeah. Now, our team was really worried for a while. And our worry blew away the moment Japan lost, pretty much.
That's what probably going to be one of the bigger subjects of discussion. Also, like I have to
Japan,
put.
it really surprised me. Didn't you guys just take half of it, then lose it, and Japan had suddenly had US tech?
No, it's you can take all of it. You can.
But Japan,
take
you
it
guys didn't
into-
have all of it then.
No, but you can do a triangular war. So U.S. declares on Japan, then UK declares on U.S. Or they might have done it. The U.S. also got Mexico before they got their infamy reset, so it might have been U.S. declares on Mexico, UK declares, or sorry, Japan declares on U.S. U.S. puts in a whole bunch of war goals. UK cuts down U.S. Japan joins. Yes, and then after Japan joins, you put in more war goals on Japan. Japan capitulates down, gets annexed, and then UK enforces releasing of Japan through resetting the infamy, and then US gets to do their Mexico war at zero infamy. We were missing Austria, though, so I'm gonna check in with their team and move to the other chat. So, is Austria having technical difficulties?
No, just I was going to join. I just need to, because it takes forever to launch my game.
Okay, got it. Just wanted to check.
I'm joining right now.
Generalist, do you know about the deal with Austria or no?
What deal with wait, you are Austria. What do you mean?
No, I'm France. No. So
no, but your guys'
give up
team.
Bohemia. Yeah. No, yeah. I'm saying that Germany's just gonna Austria's gonna give Germany Bohemia, and that's it. So that he's not gonna release Hungary.
You guys have to, if you want it to be an official agreement, it has to be like sent as a message to me, or it can be an agreement for next session. You probably keep it as an agreement for next session.
No. We're doing it like right now. As soon as we join in. Because me and Paul sent the.
Okay, then you each have to send me the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just DM it to me, and then it'll be good.
Okay. Cool.
Do you guys have any commentary about what's been going down?
Dude, literally, I am so happy with this game. I'm France, dude.
Yeah.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite game.
Dude,
I
thought you were gonna get wrecked and Occitania get
Me too.
released.
Do you know why? Because the trench rat guy stayed alive.
Oh baby.
This whole game. And I was like, hell yeah. And then I tried shrapnel before Germany did, and he didn't have
you probably
the
should
meds.
have moved your capital to Rhone as well instead.
No, I moved it to Burgundy.
No, you should have moved it to Rhone is what I'm saying.
To Rome.
I'm so mad right now.
That way,
because of
if
the-
Occitania gets released, you get to keep the eco in Rhone.
Oh yes, that is right. You are right. Oh, yeah.
That's like
Well,
it's a hard thing.
Really
To,
transfer that.
you can also move it to the capital of Occitania, which is a coastal city. I forget which, but that prevents the release as well.
It's Laverne. Or not, the fucking...
Languedoc or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. It has the city Laverne.
Yeah, it's over in Limos land.
Boom.
Yeah. But we're waiting on Joey to load in.
I'm in.
You're in? You gotta
I'm
select
in.
France.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
But the Generalist, about the Russia war, they really need to redo the war exhaustion. It's so dumb.
They need to redo it so that
For a country-wide war goal, you need to occupy land to take down below zero.
yeah, I mean they need to make it so that you can choose when to exit the war. Are you guys all ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
We're
Yeah,
up
because
pausing.
it's really annoying.
the system should just be different. But
Because
I'm gonna go back to org because I gotta catch
Yeah.
up on the chat.
and
Okay, we're gonna call it here.
I'm desync.
Yep, I see that.
Nice.
So, we are not gonna reload again. So, what we're gonna do is we are going to, you guys can talk amongst yourselves about anything you want publicly while I do the scores, and then after we do the scores, we will send each of you to your respective rooms without supper, and then, yeah.
Question, are we gonna score the
Generalist,
wars
we
we were
have-
in?
Huh?
Are we gonna score the wars we were in? Because Russia was losing wars and I was technically winning a war.
Yeah.
Which,
And I was in the play against Brazil.
which war is extremely significant in terms of, like,
Neither of them.
I would say
So,
the Russian war, and I
where-
made a deal with
The Russians capitulated.
Joey, and I get
The rest
Bohemia.
is capped to the French. I have to pay war reps. That's not going to affect the score at all.
yeah, that war's not
Um,
gonna affect the
Just
score,
nothing, nobody.
and Austria-Hungary...
The annexation. Yeah.
So
Sorry,
the
dude.
U.S. is annexing Brazil, which is 11 million
Oh, yeah.
GDP.
That is
And
quite a
Korea,
bit, but
China.
that war hasn't even started yet.
Yeah.
And
So
China
I-
is
okay,
annexing
yeah.
Korea.
And
I don't-
It has 11 million
I don't think
GDP.
Korea is arguable. I think we just carry that on.
You know,
Yes,
you're very
yes,
confident, but
GDP.
you are not going to be able to.
We will win, but
No,
I
you
don't
will
think
not,
we'll
my
be
friend.
with it.
Yeah, we will win. I'm pretty sure of that.
I'm pretty sure
I'm
that
so hyped.
they will win as well, but
I just.
It will be a
So-
hard-fought battle, but we will win.
But
We
I-
might not.
I-
We
I-
might
I
not.
also thought I was
liberate
losing
Manchuria,
4v1,
but we're
and we see
definitely
where we got
getting
that.
Korea.
yeah, but you defending Russia and defending Korea are two very different things.
Yes, but I can push them out of Korea, no problem.
They can just keep relanding it constantly.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
they
I
have a
reland them.
coastal.
Like, it'll be fine. I'd rather play this out than argue, because every time we argue, I'm always right. But only when we play it out.
Coffee. Okay.
I would literally bet money that
Okay,
I
we
would- I
wanted
would
to.
put
We
100
wanted to
bucks.
play
I
it
would
bet
out.
the
100
opportunity to
right?
buy a candy bar.
Well,
But
two
I
candy
don't want
bars,
to. I don't
two
want
candy
to.
bars.
I don't want to reload. So we're just gonna do the scores as they are right now.
Are we
Because
doing it again?
I'm not sure. I'm very confident that Japan enforces on Korea. I don't know if they do it in the next 8 minutes, which is like the amount of time left in like
Yeah, that's what I
the
was
normal
saying.
time. So
Hey.
I'm not sure if that's like. And we're not going to
Okay.
enforce the Bohemia thing.
I don't want to be
another question.
petty, but I literally just made a deal with Joey that they're gonna give
Yeah.
it's just about to surrender Bohemia to me. I mean, they could just say that
We
they're
can
gonna
count it.
back on it
How about
now.
this? How about this?
Yeah.
How about this?
We did say
I'll move 5 million of their GDP to yours.
I
If
have
Joey
another
still
question.
accepts, I'm gonna be honest.
Yep, yep, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with it.
If he says no, then I'll give him a
No, I'm
5%
cool with
He said he's
penalty.
cool. Okay.
Which he can do that if he wants.
Yeah, technically we didn't write it down.
no, he sent me the agreement. Or I guess I didn't
Wait, which
receive it
agreement?
from both people, but
I
Yeah,
never
okay.
agreed to anything he said, to be honest.
Well, you DM'd it to me, and we both agreed.
no,
So
but he
what?
didn't send me the agreement as well. So
Oh my god.
if you guys wanna, if you
What exact? Sorry, I'm confused.
he sent me a screenshot.
For what? The Bohemia thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind then. I didn't know.
And it favors you. So like if it didn't
for
favor
me, it
you,
was just. For me, it was just verbally.
yeah, if it didn't favor you, I could yeah, maybe we just say, hey, we forget about it. Also, in terms of GDP, you guys actually want to be at war. Because you have a higher GDP when you're mobilized.
And no, I actually depressed because I just stopped building. I was wasting like I think $500,000 or
Oh
something.
well, then you should. Yeah, I mean, it would have been better if you flipped up your to increase prices.
I would probably be about $1 million. I'm really hyped though. That was a really good game. I loved it.
That was good, and we're gonna have the next session next week, same time and day.
I have a question. Does Britain's GDP count from the points that they release EIC or before they have released EIC?
From game start. They
So
have the
after-
same number. They no. From the before they released.
So GDP with EIC.
But is that why they were having GDP problems? Like
Yeah. So Britain
Whenever they
loses,
got
like,
knocked down to size, they lost all of their subjects.
well, that was another huge brick. But the
No, that's
no,
yeah,
so
you have a huge
the
sell orders problem.
Indian demand makes up most of the British economy.
A
So-
huge chunk of it.
I
Yeah.
would have lost. Yeah.
So
I
when
would
we
like-
immediately release it, we lose. I don't know how much, but it's
But
very
you have the same
significant.
number of buildings, and once you export and once you reach equilibriums, it recovers really fast.
Well, what do you mean export? Oh, you
You
mean export?
don't
I
get
don't
to
To create demand orders. Like, when a price gets super depressed, you can create demand orders pretty easily to increase your GDP.
Yeah,
Thing
but
is,
that's
so-
something we have to physically do. We have to spend like admin on that.
Right, but
I think
I mean, you had 15 years to do it.
yeah, but like I'm talking about like game start. So
It's about valuing the percentage growth of the UK.
yeah, we're just saying we should take UK after EIC release instead of
I
release
so
date.
disagree because your buildings are so underprofitable relative to what they should be.
Yeah.
No, but what
also,
he's
the
saying
same
is
goes
that
for some of
when he
the things
grants
you said
independence, he
also-
loses 18 million. So that's immediately a minus 50%.
Yeah, but
Over
all your
50.
buildings are.
All right, but consider
I mean,
the
we
effects
could
on
talk
EIC
about
too.
we could talk about this some other
EIC
time.
starts with all the industrial goods missing from the market.
Oh, yeah,
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 he's
you
talking
can
about
start
the
with
market.
one.
Market
but
is what Generalist is saying.
I mean, okay, we
should have been
can.
doing that for every.
Everyone, be quiet. I'll just I'll briefly say what my point is, and then we can talk about it like later because I'm trying to like conclude the episode, right? But my point is, you still have all the buildings. The buildings are wildly unprofitable. It's not that hard to get them to the point of being profitable. The buildings are what's significant for your GDP. While it is depressed, like to some extent, and there's like a little bit of a depression, and you won't recover all of those buy orders that you had with the EIC, it would be more inappropriate to do it like based off of after releasing the EIC, because you would have enormous potential to create like GDP out of nothing just by increasing like buy orders for stuff.
I agree with that, but what we're saying is that literally when he pushes the grant independence button, his GDP goes from 36 to 18 million. We just don't think that's fair. I agree with
Yeah.
that.
It does go down that much, but it is not a it is not a reflection of lack of buildings. It's a reflection of lack of buy orders, which is something that is like
Yeah.
temporary.
But in a multiplayer game where everyone's embargoing each other, it's very
Nope, I
hard.
never embargoed.
I've never.
no one
done
embargoed
it.
me.
Why
no,
should
no,
now,
no.
guys?
Well,
Anyways,
It's okay.
Sorry.
I
Like
don't think he's
also,
gonna change
UK just loses all of its fucking of its dice. That's also one point. Like they don't have the
Yeah.
dice then.
EIC also encounters pain when such a thing happens.
then EIC should also get their GDP after
I mean,
release.
Germany
Yeah.
doesn't have silk or dice.
I don't think
I'm just,
so. But
I've been
okay.
reporting that stuff.
Everyone
entire time.
everyone go back to your rooms. I'm gonna announce the winners. You can look in I will link the thing so you guys can see who is winning, and then we'll do. I'll come to each room one by one. Okay, so we have the final scores here. We have a team. Oops, we have to pull up our spreadsheet. Is what we have to do. We have. I have to pull up the other thing. we have in first place with 7.5 points, we have Team 2, which is Prussia, EIC, Russia, but it's very close between them and Team 1, which had 6.13 points, France, Austria, Spain, and then UK, USA, Japan, finally rounding it out with 3 points. I am way behind on chat. I will catch up with you guys in a little bit, more so after we talk to each team for maybe a few minutes and ask them some questions and see what's going on. So we will go down the road and first talk to Team 1.
It was, but
all right.
I mean,
So
could have done Italy.
we talked a little bit. Do you guys have any immediate thoughts on what happened, and specifically curious about how you guys feel about the Japan situation as well?
We let Joey go first since he's our.
So with Japan, honestly, I could care less because we were going to win no matter what because we're winners, not losers.
Fair enough.
And then, the thing with Paul is that I completely understand. The UK team was so war hawkish to us. They're like, we need to go to war, we need to go to war. And I'll be honest, I wasn't on comms the whole time, so I couldn't steer my team away from it. Because I knew that if we did, we would probably get ensnared. And I thought it was a really bad idea. But I just have the courage to say no.
So
no means no.
They were they from the start trying to convince you to go after Russia?
No, it was immediately after we decked on them, because what you want to do is that you want to try to drive a wedge between us, and I wasn't there to stop it. So
interesting.
Because the best thing in 3v3v3 is your opponents go to war. War is the worst thing in this game.
I generally agree. However, 6v3 is pretty strong.
It is strong, that is true if you're on the 6 side. If you're on the 3 side, it's over.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Because
if you're on the 3 side, I think people don't capitulate fast enough.
I'll give you the rent money whenever I collect them.
Because on the 3 side, right? You have to be big brain in order to get them to stop. You know.
So what did you think of Tires 4v1 with Russia? What happened there?
We would have won if the game was not broken.
Yeah. He didn't have any war goals on you, which is why you guys could be ticked below 0. So he was pretty smart about where he was determining the war goals. I think you also probably should have... Austria should have been the war leader instead of USA.
Probably.
Yeah, and I was destroying him, but the game said no.
Yeah.
And then again, that was the war that I couldn't stop my team from taking on. Because I know with Russia.
So is that why you didn't join? You just disagreed with your team about?
Yeah, I did, but just in case if like Germany was going to deck on Austria or something, I would have my team be freed up.
Interesting. Because I was wondering why that was a 4v1 deck instead of, and there was no additional war instead of a 6v1.
And then additionally, I think I was like 10 months away from being trapped multi. So I knew that if I would stay behind, I could probably fall off Germany, but I didn't realize he had like 500 troops. I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, he built up a ton of troops, and you immediately got dogpiled afterwards.
Yeah, but luckily I shrapnel and I had that beautiful trench rat. God bless him.
Yeah, I thought you were going to get enforced on there. Which
I thought so too. But it was, and then, oh my god, I'm just so glad. You see, like, as soon as I saw that, I built up, I had like, I think like 4 pages full of units just built up, and thankfully I had enough for everything to get it working.
Yeah, Paul definitely added TS was on the team last session where they added a super high amount of military, which seemed like a good strategy, and Paul's power projection is way higher than anyone else's on Germany. Anyways,
I remember.
Thank you guys for playing. We will be coming back next week at 9:30 PST to hopefully continue this game if we can get everyone loaded in. If we somehow can't get the game started, we will start a new game with a new draft with the same teams. But this will be the plan. I'll post it, huh?
Okay.
I had 25 million GDP growth. That's fire. I had the most in percentage. Oh no, I didn't.
No,
So
I think
we'll,
Paul probably
we'll
had the most
want this.
You hit 520.
You guys got 6.13 points. Team 2 got 7.53 points, and Team 3 got 3.01 points.
Oh, we had such a bigger growth than that, percentage-wise.
You had a slightly bigger, but their nominal was 50% higher, and it's the two multiplied together.
50 million higher.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the next team down because I don't want to keep everyone waiting too long. Thank you guys, and I will be seeing you next week.
See you next week. Thank
you. I talked to Team 1, and apparently there was like some disagreements about what should be done. So, Paul, you were correct about the Diplo stuff. No, about why they didn't make it a 6v1 on Russia the first time, which is what they probably should have done.
Yeah, let's see. I don't think they could have won that still, honestly.
I think they win a 6v1, but they don't necessarily win a 6v3.
Oh,
yeah, I didn't really get involved, mostly because A, I trust Russia, and B, I kind of messed up with my strategic zones, because I tried to attack France at the same time. I tried to attack Austria at the same time with East India, so we tried to get the strategic zones in.
That makes sense.
But by the time we were in, I noticed I had a truce with Austria, so
I also like they after Austria and USA got pieced out, I felt like they should have gotten re-involved on France or whatever, and they didn't. Or no, not on France.
The thing is, France
had
lost the moment I was in Alsace-Lorraine.
Yeah.
They were gonna push me out again.
What did you guys think of the Japan situation with the Rev and that sort of thing? And also, I'm sure chat wants to hear Tired Star's perspective.
I felt bad, but honestly, after the last time I played and I was talking to you about it, and you said, well, that's their problem because they let a Rev happen, I agreed with your philosophy, and I said, all right, let's do it.
Yeah, you tried to pull it again on the UK. I was a big fan of that.
I tried, but they played a little smarter. He swapped and got the US on the other side. So
yeah, hopefully there will be like a situation where you can join wars after they start, which deletes a lot of the messiness of this 3v3v3 situation.
Well, I think it's gonna make it way more messier because right now, like, wars are kind of contained.
Yeah, but you won't have to do pausing and then like also,
every war is a huge risk.
Also, when you like rev, your teammates can eventually come to your assistance. Which like the problem was you guys couldn't like declaring like strategic interests. Like the windows are really small and it's hard on Speed 4. I think.
But yeah, that's a thing I pretty much say every game to all my teammates. Keep your finger off the politics button. Unless you really need to, and make sure you're not revving.
Yeah. Well, like okay, so. Tired Star, I thought you also did a really good job reforming all your laws, by the way.
Thank you. I was very pleased with my luck.
Did you guys do a regime change or no?
No, okay. He just knows the way.
No, I've been doing some research, trying to figure out how to play Russia better. Yeah. The basic strat, real quick, if you want me to say.
Sure, for the stream. I know what it. Yeah, say for the stream.
Right, exactly. Basically, yeah, you want to retire all of your landowner generals and admirals. Then your heir, Alexander Romanov or something, as soon as he turns 18, have him do a royal marriage, and then he gets plus 25 popularity. Then have the king abdicate. Alexander, who is a market liberal, takes over. Have him be a general, fight like 1 or 2 battles so he can get like 26, 27 popularity, and then exile the leader of the landowners, and he's pretty much guaranteed to become the thing. And then you can do laissez-faire, free trade, and get off serfdom.
Yep. This is the way. I also think Russia has been like really strong and just kind of been underutilized. So I was happy to see you guys do well with it.
Russia's really strong in the right hands.
I also was a big fan of. I'm not 100% sure it's good, but I was a big fan of the little shuffle you did with the Bengal, taking it and returning it to move the capital.
Yeah.
It does leave you vulnerable because Bengal can get released, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But other than that, like I like it.
Yeah, sure.
I think I overall.
Yeah, but I also told
the whole game.
Yeah, we told the EIC, don't get involved in wars, and if you do, be like the sidekick, so you're not the main goal.
Yeah, that makes sense. I also really like Russia and EIC together because EIC needs resources and Russia has resources in terms of being in the same market.
Also really important, Russia actually had enough convoys to support.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was very surprised I could support them.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a chance you wanted to go after Caucand and the Sikh Empire too, to just make it contiguous.
We did think about it, but then we got dogpiled.
It's fair
enough. We should have done that in the beginning, though. You're right. We didn't even think of that.
We thought about it really late.
Or actually just Kalat through Persia would work too.
Also, I can't stress this enough, I love looking at Canada and Australia.
Oh, that was so gory. But I was like, if he's really going to build 100 infamy within the first 5 years,
no,
he deserves
I definitely thought that was a little bit too close to
like,
I mean,
I saw his wars and his goals, and he was taking, like, I don't know, 20 million GDP from Qing.
I think it was a mistake that no one else went for Qing after, though.
I think we were all scared. I mean, I was thinking about Qing, but again, everything was too late. They were all focusing on us, and we couldn't, like...
Yeah,
and we noticed that, but we couldn't, like, go.
It's hard to play on Speed 4 with no pauses.
Like, I tried to get Benin, because that felt safe to me, but the moment I clicked on it, they attacked Russia.
Yeah.
And then I couldn't counter-attack for a while, because I was involved in Benin. It was really annoying, so yeah,
the scariest part that you don't really get watching the stream is seeing the Discord and seeing the entirety of the other team jump into the, Team 1 jump into Team 4. And you just know what's coming.
Definitely. Definitely. Alright, thank you guys for playing. We're going to be back next week. And so, continuing this game, hopefully. If the game somehow doesn't launch, be prepared to start a new game. Like, if we just can't get it to work, in terms of loading.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but...
It's okay.
Does Emporium have the chance to actually catch up? No? Points-wise?
No, but I mean, we're still gonna... Probably not, but we're still gonna play. I mean, if you get full annexed, yeah.
Bad rev. I mean, that can always
In theory, you could get negative points. Actually, I don't think you can, but yeah.
Yeah, you could.
If you had negative GDP growth?
Yeah. Bunch of releases. That would be terrible.
Lose points.
Just start the game with giving all my land to Joey for being a good ally at the first half.
Just like lose, yeah. But I think Joey has a chance to get second.
We'll see. Like, I don't... What were the scores? Did you release it?
It's like Joey is going to be like 20 and then 28 for... I mean, I think it's a long shot for TS. But also, the people on teams are also playing for league points, too. You're playing for league points for your teammates and stuff.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Engen has the highest
points per game.
Average. Yeah, he only played twice. Both he completely crushed it.
This performance, though, pulling it down. There's no generalist point this game, so.
But I think I also have like.
I'm making it across the line proportional. I really didn't want to be put in a situation where first or second would be determined by the generalist point.
Give it to me. I'm like 14th. No one cares.
No, but I already decided to score this way.
Oh, Asher, yeah, I think Russia is one of the deservers because he actually
I think so too,
played Russia perfectly.
I think so too.
Compared to every previous game.
The politics and the war were like really good. I think you could have ecoed a little harder, but like also you ecoed pretty good.
I was saving money because I actually expected way more resistance.
Oh, okay. Anyways,
so I wanted money for long defense.
I don't want to keep the last team waiting too long, so I will bid you guys adieu and jump into their chat.
All right, GG.
All right, guys.
Hello.
How are things going? So probably the biggest thing for us to talk about is the Japan situation, both in terms of the strategy, which I'm a big fan of the strategy. I was very excited when you picked Japan because I knew what was coming, but then also the revolution and this sort of thing.
So the no Qing player kind of threw us off, but
that threw me for a loop. I thought that was a miss.
We got a bit greedy, I guess, on Qing, and then we got cut down for it. Although we didn't understand why. We didn't understand why Team 1 would team up with Team 2 against us instead of, it was a strange choice for them. And
apparently Paul was diploing his ass off on one hand, but also you guys were really ahead in GDP after taking all the Qing provinces. Like if you look at the score, like the chat log, and you look at the first score update, you guys have like, I think like 2/3 of the all the points or something, which is spooky, right?
But that's only from like Britain taking 3 provinces off of Qing.
Yeah.
Russia has taken more by this point. But
yeah, but they've taken a bunch of 1 mil provinces.
Okay, but yeah, Britain got a bit out of hand with Qing.
Yeah.
Other than that,
too close to the sun.
Yeah, and I switched too early with Japan. So I was, when Russia joined against me, I was planning to switch after the escalation phase ended, so that he can't join against me.
Right. Exactly.
But that's what we did with Britain, right?
Yes.
When they had their civil war, right? I already knew the strategy there, but I heard that the U.S. and the UK could join with me, so I thought, I would just fight Russia and we would win with my entire team.
Yeah.
So I switched early, which I shouldn't have done.
I was unaware you couldn't swap back.
You can't switch back, so it's a one-time thing.
Yeah, I was unaware of this. But
other than that, it was really hard to play Japan because we were moving at speed 4. I had to set up my country and everything. I don't think I fully set up my country until like late 37.
Did you crank up the police institution really high?
No, I'm all my states aren't even cored yet. They're those are territories. Half of my Japanese lands aren't even states. They're territories. I don't have the.
Wait, how'd you execute the strategy at the start? Then.
So, the UK took 2 provinces off of Japan, and then the US took the rest, and then the UK released me. So I only have those 2 provinces as states.
Oh, you can do it where they'll all be cored. You'll have a huge bureaucracy problem, but you can.
Yeah, I have a huge bureaucracy.
You can juggle them by having like, so you have let's say the U.S. declares on Japan, and then the cars are really loud outside, and then U.S. This is what I thought you guys did. U.S. declares on Mexico. Japan declares on the U.S. U.S. puts in a bunch of provinces on Japan. Then UK declares on the US, cut down to size, because US has a bunch of infamy from both Mexico and the Japan provinces.
We did
and
cut down the US.
Japan joins that war with the UK, right? And then after Japan joins the war, US puts in war goals on Japan for the rest of the provinces. And then
How does that give me full force?
Because they full annex, and then you just release all of them.
No, but the U.S. doesn't have enough war score to annex all of Japan.
I think they do in 2 wars.
In 2 wars?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right, you declare on Mexico, because you can take 4 provinces per war, right? Or is it 5 provinces per war? I think it's 5.
5 if you declare first. So 4 without if you're a great power.
9 in total.
If you get declared, okay, then how many provinces does Japan? I think you have a small enough amount of provinces. 1,
so
2,
there's
3, 4,
7
5,
full
6,
provinces.
8.
7 full.
So there's 8 plus Hokkaido, and so because both USA's wars are defensive in this situation, but you still have enough maneuvers to take everything. And also reset your infamy on Mexico. I thought this is what I thought you guys did, but
either way, I purposely didn't state all my provinces because
the bureaucracy.
I just can't. I can't afford the bureaucracy yet.
Yeah, definitely. This is one of the disadvantages, but like also like your eco lagged behind, I think, because the turmoil on the construction malice.
Yeah, we were supposed to get rid of the turmoil with a civil war, but then Russia interfered, and I messed up
okay, that makes sense.
That's the whole point. You need the civil war to do that. Yeah. Now and did you know, Japan always starts with a positivist intellectual, so once you civil war, you can do a technocracy.
That makes sense. I saw you trying to pass that.
Oh no, I did that to prop the civil war. I think the technocracy guy died by then. But no, the technocracy also gives you like once you try passing it, there's an event that gives you 25% throughput on light and heavy industries in your capital.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that there's a play with that, but either way, we messed up the Civil War and that.
Yeah.
And Britain got cut down. I don't know why.
I think that was the big one. Well, I don't think it was inappropriate to cut you down there, but then I think them not teaming with you super hard afterwards later against Team 2 was inappropriate. I think that was a miss.
Yeah, we kept on. I'm not sure if you were aware, but I kept on trying to get Team 1 to 6v3.
Yeah,
we were not in the position. We were absolutely not in the position.
It took so long. I'm not the GB was like nearly broke. Everyone was fighting different wars.
I was near bankruptcy. I had this revolution.
It took like 10 years of negotiation. It hurts my head.
Yeah.
And like there was like one moment right when we were about to declare war, and then GB broke out into civil war. It was such a nightmare.
Yeah, the civil wars. We definitely have to codify what I want the policy to be. I think 35% is a good number, though. To be honest. I think 50% is too harsh, but I also think it should be like catastrophic. Like it should make the strategy unviable, or like it should make it so that like a civil war has really negative consequences. Like your guys' score is with Japan's depressed.
Oh yeah, could you put like Japan's actual growth and then just subtract like what the penalty is, like put a new column? Because I don't like looking at the 9.1 when it should be like. More than that.
I'm not going to do that right now. I will think about updating it so that I can properly put penalties. But that would require reformatting the whole spreadsheet. So I'm not going to... It wouldn't be good for a stream. Right? People will watch me just spreadsheeting.
You can do that afterwards, yeah.
Also, what did you guys... What went wrong with the 4v1 on Russia?
4v1? Oh.
Mainly, the worst part was probably that in the middle of the... In the middle of my conscription, I was having huge problems with ammunition and nobody was able to provide any, and so that was mainly an issue. Also, convoys were a problem because the UK, the Japanese American market wasn't fully connected during that time. And I don't know why, but apparently we could not land Russia with France's Austrian help.
I was so confused why you guys, because I asked him, he wasn't patrolling with like 15 navies or something.
We weren't able to land him. I don't know why.
He had demobilized troops protecting the area, so you don't just like auto get in. But none of your landings happened simultaneously.
Yeah, so the thing is, Team 1's really uncoordinated, I guess. We are...
Blame it on the other team.
If you can't tell. We are halfway across the world. The US needs first they're the war leader, so they have to defend. And they also need their convoys to keep up market access for me. And, I just got slacked, so I don't really have that many convoys either. You probably saw me invading Persia. That was I was very negative in convoys just doing that.
One of the things with US specifically is you have to proactively overbuild on both ammo and convoys.
Yeah, I built like 5 ammo before the war, but it wasn't enough. It was just wasn't enough.
And this is a characteristic of the U.S. that makes U.S. a little bit weird to play relative to the European powers. But anyone landing on you, they suffer the same sort of problem.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's why we declared as the U.S. But like.
Oh, I thought I thought Austria should have been the war leader there.
Really?
Probably.
So they could maintain fronts if people get capitulated on specifically.
So we wanted team 1 to also be the war leader so that they would get enforced on instead of us. But but like Austria was like screaming about how they were about to break out into civil war and how they're going bankrupt. So I thought, well, maybe we should just cut our losses and declare it with the U.S. instead.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
You also maybe just wanted to release Ukraine only.
No, but have you seen Russia? They're like, no, I wanted to release Manchuria.
But Ukraine and war reps would be like a lot easier to enforce on Russia. Just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you only have to land. You can land either Ukraine or the capital.
Yeah, the capital was in Perm.
Yeah,
it was really hard.
That's the best place to put it.
What we also messed up, the U.S. didn't release California soon enough.
It looks like you still have him as a subject.
Yeah, but he did that to brick the war goal.
Yeah, definitely.
We drained too much with California before we released them.
Yeah, that was.
We would have won against Russia if we.
Oh yeah, I see
did
what you're
that.
saying.
I wouldn't say that.
No, because
they were ticking out faster.
They wouldn't have been able to tick for war score. Yeah, you should have released right before you got to 0.
Yeah, that was the mistake I made.
Yeah,
I didn't have the idea fast enough. That
would have been 5 head. Yeah, that's something like backseat gaming is always easier. Like.
Yeah, of course, but yeah.
Team 1 is such a.
I thought you guys played
untrustworthy. you did. We talked to Team 1 before, right? And we said, oh, we'll give you Hanover. And in exchange you'll release the Philippines, and then Dara Blue was like, "Oh yeah, we'll do that." And
the exchange was staying out of Southeast Asia. Also, Philippines did get released.
Yeah, we fought a war for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
they released. I released Hanover immediately.
But TS, do you remember like a few sessions ago when I said that I thought your Diplo was a little abrasive? Was it abrasive today?
Yeah. I was nicer than before.
Because right, but like it's a thing, like it's a metagame thing, right? It's not just about executing in game because and this is something I mean you could do over the course of the week, you know, to try and like pull it back, right?
Yeah.
But like you got to figure out a way to make Team 1 like you guys more, because there's no way you can 1v1 Team 2 now.
You know how hard I tried. Like we were giving them Hanover. I was bankrolling Austria even as Japan. You know that was not great.
One.
Yeah, because they kept on saying they were going bankrupt, and that was like, if they bankrupted, then Russia would have just pushed straight into them.
Delete some construction centers. Stop passing the law and delete some construction centers.
Personally, I don't think we even should take on Team 2, or that we even have a road to win, to be honest. Like, it's Team 1
we can,
but Team 2 we don't have to, I think.
I would like to play a 2-session game for the finals, though.
I don't think it's happening.
I definitely want to play a 2-session game. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that we perhaps just don't have a reason to attack Team 2 anymore.
And you're saying fight for second place?
Yes, we do. I need to beat up Tired Star.
Well, so to be fair, you guys will have immediately, as soon as the game unpauses in session 2, you guys will have a higher score by a little bit.
Whoa. Yeah, but
because
have you
Japan's
seen Russia?
Penalty will no longer be. What about it?
Oh,
laissez-faire free trade.
Yeah, I saw that,
100
baby.
million. He's at 700 construction. and he's not running like a huge deficit. Actually, I don't think he even has debt.
I gave him a hard time for not even going up harder. His response was, "I wanted to have plenty of money for the wars ahead."
I think like for the entire game, I think we misplayed a bit, but I think Team 1 really. I do think we could win.
About this, man. This was like the main discussion we had in practice. Your Diplo is aggressive, sometimes unreasonable, out of my perspective.
Was I aggressive here? I
don't think so. I was more aggressive.
I've seen you be aggressive in other games. Not as aggressive. Not as aggressive as Tired Star. Tired Star is like a whole different. I just assume I'm getting attacked if he's in the game.
Well, he attacks every game. He was Burgundy in that Jing game where we
won.
There he was. Anyways, it's hard. Like, I wasn't aggressive this game. Like, we made fair deals. I think. Well, we tried to be so nice to Team 1.
I'm not saying the in-game deal was necessarily unfair. I'm suggesting that the tone in which deals are delivered might be.
Yeah,
aggressive.
You are a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit hard.
You know, if you say take Hanover or suck my dick, like for example, is not ingratiating.
Did you say that?
No, but I like, you know what I mean. Like I'm saying, you could give someone something for free, and do it in a way that.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right?
Maybe this is why Paul has the highest average points. His Diplo's little got a little bit of got that sugar tongue.
So, see, silver tongue. Well, I think.
Well, I said sugar because I don't see him as backstabbing, which I think silver implies, but.
Silver tongue, I think, implies just charismatic. But anyways, I went into the Hanover because I don't remember what it was. What, France, Spain, Austria as the team?
Right? Yeah, France, Austria, Spain. I thought it was such a miss to not draft Xing there. I thought France Xing is such a strong combo.
Yeah, we went in and I was trying to say like, hey, we wanted to prevent a German formation.
Yeah,
we'll give you Hanover, but we do want something for it, right? I said, oh, why don't we just release the Philippines? I said that a few times. I think maybe maybe it could have been taken aggressively.
I've been aggressive there. I wanted the Philippines quite a lot, and I've been I think more aggressive than you.
After the countdown.
You could have, for example, given the Philippines away for free in exchange for really breaking Prussia. And in the macro sense, if you're trying to catch up to Paul, this would have made sense, right?
No, wait, no. No. We negotiated with Prussia for Hanover. Now I remember.
Oh,
so,
yeah,
we negotiated. Yeah, it was Hanover, and we got Southeast Asia. Them not interfering with Southeast Asia, which I think is a Diplo win, right? What did we do with? Oh, it was Portugal. Yeah.
You know what would have been interesting if you offered to give Hanover to France for free? That would have been amusing.
Yeah, but we so here's the thing. The data shows that. So we thought about that, but we were scared of France, and France should have won. I think Team 1 really misplayed because I'm not sure if you know, but the last 3 games, ever since it's switched to percentage based or like percentage having a higher weight, Team 1 has won every single game.
No, I know. I mean, I think France is really good. I also think 3 is a small sample size too.
Yeah, because France is just so good.
They didn't win this game, though.
I think in this game,
I think Prussia's also won 2 out of 3, right? I can't remember actually. Prussia's done really well in recent games too. I mean, I think, did you guys actually even consider drafting Xing?
No.
Interesting.
No one wants to play Qing. Come on.
No one wants playing
Xing
Xing is
to be picked, but
playing Xing is
that
probably
did
the
not
most
happen,
miserable
yeah.
experience, but
Yeah.
like,
Well, this
I
was
can
pretty
vouch for
miserable
that.
too.
I
No,
can
it's not.
vouch for that.
were you the one who got dogpiled?
I was the one that got dogpiled, yeah.
Yeah, playing Xing and trying to defend your brains out versus 3 wars and like that seems like really unfun, but
It is.
that doesn't necessarily make the pick bad.
Anyways,
No,
so
it doesn't.
so we gave Hanover to Prussia for free.
Alright, guys, I have
Because-
to leave now.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
bye.
See you later,
see you
Tim.
guys.
Yeah.
And then I guess yeah, in a couple minutes I gotta outro the stream, but what was your what were
Okay,
you
yeah,
gonna say?
we gave Hanover to Prussia for free because, well, we didn't know Team One was so.
What's the reason for not trying to brick Team 2? I also thought Team 2 had the best draft.
Team 2, yeah, I think.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe, but
I think Team
thought
1 could have
Team 1 had a better
definitely
draft
played
until
this.
they picked Spain.
Yeah. Well, if
Xing,
yeah.
Team 1 takes Xing, I think Team 1 has the best draft.
Oh yeah, we were
true.
fearing a France, Austria, Qing, which was why.
Yeah.
So like I started the Hanover negotiations before they chose Spain because I was expecting France, Austria, Qing. That way, I was trying to negotiate a 6v3 against Team 1, but they chose Spain, so it was kind of awkward because we were in the middle of talking about a 6v3 against Qing.
Paul was super scared going into the game, like about getting 6v3 because he's in first place and he was playing Prussia, and he thought it was like
I didn't even factor in like the actual scores. I didn't know people actually cared about those.
You didn't care about the chance to buy yourself a candy bar?
Oh my god,
What's
you're right.
wrong
Well,
with
I won't
you?
get. We'll see if I actually do get a chance.
Yeah, I mean, we will. You might. What is second place here? I know I have this out.
We still don't have a second place, I think, without the penalty for Japan.
Second place is the opportunity to buy yourself a pack of gum.
Oh shoot! Too bad I don't like gum.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna outro or one more point, and then I'm gonna outro the stream.
I mean, do you have any questions for us?
Oh, specific questions? I mean, I asked you guys about Russia and Japan, which were kind of like, I think, the bigger ones, and also the draft. I think that these were kind of the big ideas.
In the revolution.
I mean, I was actually I thought the Russia EIC combo was actually pretty nuts, because Russia has all the resources, which is kind of what EIC needs, and if you protectorate EIC, you don't suffer the huge devastation event. So France, UK obviously, and Russia, I think all share overlapping interests with EIC, so if you do it before the game unpauses, you don't hit the event. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Actually, no, they don't. The only one that has an interest in North China is China. Not China. North India is China. Is Qing, I think.
They have an overlapping interest somewhere. I'm not sure where it is.
Oh, the UK and Qing, I think.
No, the UK and
South,
EIC and
South
Russia.
India, they
EIC and Russia have an overlapping interest somewhere at the game start.
Huh. I think
Not
it's
sure
probably
where
in
exactly.
Russia. But yeah.
Otherwise, you can't protectorate. I don't think.
Central Asia, perhaps. Or
Yeah, that would
You
make
can't
sense.
protectorate as Russia because, well, maybe.
What do you
I don't
mean?
know. But oh yeah, you probably can actually.
I mean, you can load the game up, and they are currently protectorate of Russia.
Okay.
on their end, Russia's customs
That
union that I have seen.
explains
Yes.
why how Russia's so massive. Okay.
That's part of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Russia gets to it's symbiotic, yeah. Did you have an opinion? Were you guys the one talking about how UK should get UK should have a better a more favorable start GDP for them when they have to release EIC?
Yes,
First of all, I think 18 million is wildly inappropriate, but
Yeah, you do
maybe
lose
something
18
closer.
million, though.
Perhaps we must 50% of what
Yeah,
we
but
lose
after you minus 18 million, you're like on 18 million or something like this, or you're on like 23 million, something in that neighborhood.
No, you're on 18 million.
You're on 18 million. There's no way that their economy is like an 18 million economy, UK.
I don't know how much you can grow after like sending out all your trade.
You need to
deals,
export
but-
and create demand for, also just locally create demand for your goods to increase the prices.
Yeah, but like that takes time, you know.
Yeah, and I don't think I have even fixed it by now. I still have financial issues, but that's also because I lost the other puppets.
Yeah, I think there's a huge confounding variable in that the biggest advantage of UK is you get a whole bunch of subjects paying you money so you can construct a whole lot, and they eat your goods, which allows you to specialize more. And when you get cut down to size, you can't do that anymore.
Yes, and I wasn't also used to playing as UK with all these subjects lost, so...
Yeah, that's definitely, it's, I mean, once all your subjects get released, then you're just like a bigger Spain, basically.
Yes,
Yeah.
That's why I struggled quite a bit, and also the revolution triggering and...
Yeah. Also, you have better
I tried
provinces
to
in Spain.
trigger another
That's,
revolution.
like, Lancashire's insane, but, like, yeah.
If we got our original plan was using France with Japan. It's much better. One problem was that our original plan was to get the Civil War a lot earlier, but because of UK laws instead of French laws, it was very hard to prompt the Civil War.
Interesting. Yeah.
Because with France, so UK starts with like religious schools and some other stuff. France starts with public schools and stuff that makes like the Intelligentsia and the Industrialists angrier. If you try to pass no schools when you have public schools, it makes the Intelligentsia, Industrialists, and trade unions all revolt, which are the three interest groups you want, right?
Yeah.
And you would be able to trigger it really quickly. It's like mid 37. Another problem was that I wasn't even able to access my government until like almost 38 because the game was bugging out and it was lagging.
Yeah,
that was.
I mean, maybe
really
we should have
painful.
reloaded for you for all that. That's But like, I told you to let me know if you were continuing to have problems.
Yeah, well, you know, I didn't want to like
Yeah.
inconvenience
Yeah,
everyone
I
else, but
understand.
no, they just decided to inconvenience me instead. So okay, but all right.
To be fair, I think the strategy is really neat. It also, it's the turmoil is pretty bad as well. I mean, I definitely think you guys should have drafted Great Qing, but relative to a lot of the other stronger players, I think that Great Qing is stronger and Prussia's worse. But I still think Prussia's great, but like some of you guys have real hard odds for Prussia. Also, notably, German players. So.
Yeah, I mean, do you have any more time? I can like say.
No, I gotta
wanted to
outro
talk
this,
about-
or
All right.
very briefly, but then I
All right.
like I have to. What?
No, that's cool.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to org, or like afterwards. I'm gonna go to org and I'll come back afterwards and we can talk about it. But we'll just talk about it
Okay.
upstream because I do want to catch up with the chat a little bit because people have asked questions and stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
Or we'll go to Team 1 section because there's still people there. We'll all go there after the stream.
Okay.
Alright, so that has been it for the session. This game was probably my favorite game so far. I'm going to catch up with you guys in chat, and then we're going to outro the stream. Giga Chad, hit him with the belt. Oh, man, that is pretty far back. If they didn't think it was fair, they shouldn't have picked the UK regarding this issue. This is kind of also something that I think everyone was aware that this is the rule. And also, I think that, the buildings you have, when they become unprofitable, what happens is, the weekly balance goes really, really low, and then this weekly balance, or the output of the goods isn't very high because there's no buy orders, and so it tanks this, but you still have the buildings, right? And so there's no way, like, if you look at any other 18 mil economy and Great Britain at the start of the game, Great Britain will have more buildings than any other 18 mil economy. And so I think it's just like an inappropriate number, but this is maybe something to discuss. Maybe there's a number that is more fair though, like 20%. Like reduction or something like this, but in the end, I don't think. I think this is also one of the huge advantages of EIC and Great Qing, is you get a bunch of buy orders for consumer goods, you know, for whatever economy you decide to pair up with, and I think that this is just part of the game, and we're just I think it's appropriate to look at it for on pause, but yeah, agreed, and not the time and place for changing the rules. I'm. Also this, yeah, not like after we've already had a session, like, and also it wasn't like, I understand it does tank the UK's economy, but so does, like, getting enforced on, like, for the cut down to size, and so this sort of thing. Why is California not lived? It's because they released it before they got enforced on. They're written on the Discord, Meta's developing, yep. Building not mean GDP, need to see how much Britain can really restore through trade, because trade was worse than having the country in the market. Definitely, but like it's also you know, it's a bit of a thing. It's fun to watch. UK EIC is still not resolved properly. Yeah, I just so I think there's an argument to be made that they should have a different starting GDP, but I think that the starting GDP post-release of 18 million for the UK is wildly inappropriate. Like, maybe it's not 36, which I think is their normal starting GDP, but 18 is just not, that's insane. You would just, like, they started with 18, so they would, like, 5x their eco here, despite getting, like, kneecapped, and, like, Germany, they have a bigger percentage come up than Germany, you know, basic, or, like, a similar one, I guess not bigger, but, yeah. If you pick UK, USA, you're taking a risk. Yeah, and I also think that your subjects, you still have subjects paying in and, consuming buy orders that lets you, like, specialize, and they pay in to allow you to have extra construction, and this is, like, asymmetric. You could have gone out of your way you could have drafted UK EIC together if you wanted as well, because they were the third pick, and I think that UK EIC is, like, a fine pairing, and, like, they could have left USA on the table if they wanted. Did you bring up the Persia puppet dominion to Russia? I think that was the only mistake he made. Oh yeah, that I should have probably let them know. I'll let them know in the Discord. You could also add Tired Star and let them know. Does the U.S. have enough diplomatic reasons to get Mexico and half of Japan in the same war? Not in the same war, but you could have. You couldn't involve yourself in 3 wars at game start by declaring on Mexico yourself, and then having Japan declare war on you, and then UK declare war on you, and Japan joining the UK war. So yeah, it doesn't make sense to play a country who can't hide their capital in this version. You can kind of defend. I think UK has sufficient enough advantages that it's appropriate that they get picked in the 4 to 5 range, but perhaps not. Yeah, I think that this is fine. AF says GG's. What happened to Qing? No one drafted it. No one drafted it. You should do a demo as the UK, starting as by releasing EIC, and see what will multiplayer score have after 10 years. Of course, it will be better than single player because it's a good baseline. Well, I mean, I'll just take a bunch of Great Qing provinces, like if I'm just trying to boost the GDP. And also, notably, if you take the Great Qing provinces and they actually were able to hold on to them, that would have created buy orders that actually look similar to the EIC. So, like, they had a second, like, super depression of their economy after these got released, and this was, like, something that was functioning to, you know, I see the point, but, like, fundamentally, like, when your economy completely collapses, the price of the goods is just so depressed, you can export them to anyone, right? And so, like, I don't know. UK also usually goes around 4th or 5th pick. I don't think it's inappropriate a 4th or 5th pick. And so, yeah, this is kind of my opinion on the matter. But if overwhelmingly people think that the UK should get some kind of bonus for this, then maybe. But, like, then EIC should get a bonus too, maybe. Like, and I don't know about that one. And then, like, how do we decide what the bonus is? Like, 18 million, I think, is just wildly inappropriate for a starting GDP for the UK. That's, like, the same as USA. And so, like, the USA, their GDP is not similar to UK, and UK just spent the entire game, like, no offense. Like, they kind of got run over, and the UK had a very reasonable game. USA had a very reasonable game. They like annexed some guys. Like, they're doing in good shape. They started with 18 million GDP, right? And they didn't get like enforced on a couple times and like have all this turmoil and like have this rev, and they like annexed a bunch of stuff, and the UK didn't really annex anything. And like, so I think that's... Anyways, we will be back next week continuing this game to see who will win the opportunity to buy themselves a candy bar. If you want to tune in, we will be there. If you like this video, feel free to like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, especially if you really want to make sure you don't forget about the stream, I suppose. This sort of thing, and etc. Mostly etc. Probably just going to run one ad and then kick you all out of my room. And so... here we go. There's the ad for those people. Welcome to the ad blockers. Hi. And also the people who have Prime. Other than that, have a good day. And if you've been sitting this entire time, probably go on a walk. Good for your health, etc. Mostly etc. Godspeed and good night.